So what we have created are trackers that will calculate the grade exactly as the exam board calculates the grade to take away all that heavy lifting from you. Everything is calculated using grade boundaries from the very latest exam series. You can also select and also adjust with a percentage challenge before updating your tracker. Using Katniss Everdeen as an example, you can see that she has a target grade of a 7, currently working at a 6. For her to achieve that 7, she needs 7 more marks. Really useful information when strategically planning future lessons. It is incredibly easy to add multiple past papers to your tracker. You can, of course, add end of topic test or adjusted mocks. You can even tag each question of this adjusted mock against the relevant AOs so that it informs how students are doing in those key assessment objectives. When you open your tracker and add data, you can see it starts to feed into that topic summary area live. We also have an individual student report that collates all of the key information and presents it in one easy to read document. This is really powerful for students, parents and teachers so they can see exactly what grade students are working at and most importantly how they can move forward. As with our English trackers, our math trackers also allow you to add multiple end of topic tests. They also allow you to add past papers at question level analysis that pull through to a topic summary area. If you are looking to trial pupil progress, all you need to do is visit pupilprogress.com, click on the create account icon and you'll be able to access it through a simple registration process.
We are Joy FM. Keep the conversation going. Join us live via the Podbean app, wherever you get your podcasts after the show, at joyfm.co.uk, and on Twitter, we are Joy FM. Everyone in education.
We know there's lots of options when it comes to maths qualifications, and choosing what's right for your learners can be a challenge. Functional Skills Maths Qualifications are an excellent choice for your curriculum, available from entry level to level 2. They give your learners a fantastic foundation for progression into employment or further education, as well as teaching them math skills that are useful and easily transferable to everyday life. Outcomes range from focusing on building learner confidence with fundamental maths, to applying their knowledge to solve realistic problems, and helping learners develop an appreciation for the role maths plays in the wider world of work and life. All levels of functional skills maths have a calculator and non-calculator section, as well as using numbers and the number system, using common measures, shape and space, and handling information and data. When you offer any of our functional skills qualifications, you'll gain access to fantastic benefits and exceptional support, including a 6 working day turnaround for online assessment results, a free resit option, and an exclusive discount to e-learning platform Skills Forward. Help build your learners' knowledge and confidence in maths with NCFE Functional Skills Qualifications.
There are more than 70 million G Suite for Education users out there. If you're one of them, it's time to discover the whole family of easy-to-use EdTech solutions from TextHelp. Our friendly tools are made to help all your students read, write, solve problems, collaborate, and express themselves with confidence. What's more, they let educators deliver a more personalized learning experience that complements all technology strategies and learning plans. Integrating seamlessly with Google Chrome, Drive, and Classroom, our EdTech solutions are a great fit for all learning styles, subjects, and abilities. And they're super easy for IT staff to deploy and manage, from individual learners to entire classes, schools, or districts. Let's take a look. With millions of users worldwide, Read and Write gives everyone a valuable literacy boost. It supports students with learning difficulties like dyslexia with word recognition and comprehension. It helps English language learners find the right words. And its powerful research and proofing tools give extra polish to your ableist kids' written work in class, at home, and in assessments. Adding on Snapverter to Read and Write allows students and teachers to turn virtually any classroom paper or file into a usable, accessible document for sharing in Google Drive. Students who are lacking literacy confidence can practice reading passages aloud in their own time and at their own pace with Fluency Tutor. Write, speak, or type formulas and other expressions with Equatio, making math digital and accessible for all your STEM students. And now, teachers can measure and track every student's writing attainment level and progress with WriteQ. At TextHelp, we're proud Google for Education partners, and that means we're always enhancing our products with the latest G Suite for Education resources. Give them a try for free and find out how we're helping improve academic engagement and outcomes for millions of students every single day.
We are Joy FM. Keep the conversation going. Join us live via the Podbean app, wherever you get your podcasts after the show, at joyfm.co.uk, and on Twitter, we are Joy FM. Everyone in education.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome along. We are so excited to have you here. We're hoping you're here for a fun day of FE, English and Maths. We'll do a very quick round of introductions. My name's Sammy. If we've not met before, I'm What the Trig Math. On my screen, it's Hollie next.
Hiya, I'm Hollie. I'm HBLX on 93 on Twitter, and I'm an English teacher.
Hello, my name's Jonny Kay. I'm Head of Teaching, Learning and Assessment at Newcastle College.
And Jonny is a published author and he's going to be talking about all the bits and pieces in his book as well as we go through today. We have a super exciting day planned for you today. Some of the things that we've got coming up today for you are meaningful EdTech in your classroom, managing behaviour in FE. We're going to be hearing from our sponsors, and we do want to thank all our sponsors today. We want to thank C Learning, Text Help, GCSE Pod, Pupil Progress and NCFE. We've also got prioritising our workload, functional skills in English, best practice in FE English, best practice in FE Maths, and an introduction to coaching too. So we hope we've got something for everyone as we go through the day. So a little bit about the format. We're going to be here on YouTube all day with a full programme for you. The beauty of it being on here is that it's being recorded. We've got a website for you at the end of the day, and just don't worry about everything. Everything will be shared with you at the end of the day. You've got an email coming to you with the website, with the resources, with what would have been, what did I describe them as handouts if we were handouts. And here's Lou, morning. We've just done a quick introduction. So Lou, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, sorry, I've switched in from something else. I am the imposter in the room. So if you are out there thinking, oh, you know, I'm really worried about this, I don't really know how to do this, you know, the stuff that sometimes it doesn't feel safe to say in the workspace, I am feeling all of that too. I'm here today with English and Maths specialists, and I'm going to be learning just as much as you do.
We're going to start off with our question that's always our question when we're in a thinking spaces, and that is, how are you? What are you excited to learn from today? So pop it in the chat, pop it in the comments. How are you today? You can leave your comments on YouTube for us and we'll be diving in and out of those as we go through. Hollie, you're first on my screen. How are you and what are you excited to learn about today?
I'm good. I'm really excited to be here today, and I'm amazed how many people are here, and excited how many people are already tuned in and saying morning. It's brilliant. I'm really excited for the Embedded English and Maths session with you superstars today, because that's something I've wanted to spread about the college that I work at. So I'm excited to pick up some more hints and tips from you.
What about you, Jonny? How are you today?
Mate, I'm spectacular. Thank you very much. I'm in a very good mood today. It's Friday. The sun's out. Got some sleep last night. I've got a 6-month-old baby, so all is well in the Kay household. In terms of what I'm looking forward to today, I've got to be honest. I think all of it. If I'm being very honest, I think taking part in the discussion with you guys, I'm very looking forward to that. The math stuff and the EdTech stuff. I'm not a math specialist, and I'm certainly not an EdTech specialist. So I think I'll find them very, very interesting.
And what about you, Lou?
Yeah, I'm buzzing. When we finish today, I finish for, a little bit of a quieter time. I know that I'm going to be like that wacky racer's car at 3 o'clock. You click this off the screen and then all the wheels fall off. But that's cool. I'm looking forward to chilling out. But about today, yeah, I don't often find myself in English and math spaces, a bit more with the digital stuff. So I think I've got immense amounts to learn. And because my work is creating communities, then I'm in a position where I can pass that on, and I can share the stuff that I'm learning today as well. What about you, Sammy? How are you?
I'm okay. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit nervous. There's lots of bits and pieces to go behind the scenes to make all this happen. So a huge thank you to Hollie, who's going to be doing all our clicking today for us and making sure everything goes. But it's not going to be perfect. We've said that it's not going to be perfect. We're just a bunch of people just trying to get that message out there. And I think what I'm excited most for today is that unity across the sector. Where we can all come together and be like, English and maths are important, we know they are, and let's shout from the rooftops all the brilliant things that are happening. There's a hashtag FE Connect, and we've chosen that on purpose because we want us to connect. We want English and maths and all of FE to connect with each other, and we want that unity across FE. Jonny, you said there's lots of pockets of bits of good bits happening all across FE at the minute, and we're hoping today we can help just sort of bring a lot of that together with what we're doing. So we're going to bid Hollie farewell now. Do that awkward Zoom wave, Hollie.
See you all later.
And I'm going to hand over to Lou, who's going to guide us through our opening discussion, which is embedding English and maths.
Thanks, Sammy. And you know what? Jonny and Sammy have spent loads of time together thinking about, the sort of questions that they might be able to usefully answer. And even looking at this sheet of paper I've got here, I've already learned so much. I'm 4 years out of the sector in terms of working in a college. I have this helicopter view now. And even some of the questions you're asking, I'm thinking, is that a thing? Does that really happen? So this is going to be so exciting. But I'm going to start with the first question on the list. Jonny, you're saying that, we are teachers. We're all teachers of English and maths. So English and maths practitioners, their role is to support the vocational lecturers for a consistent approach. What are the issues around that for you?
Probably the main one, I would say, is fear. I think what we sometimes look past is that some of the students that we've got at all levels of English and maths who are maybe a little bit apathetic to the subject, they've had maybe a rough ride in school and they find that transition to FE English and maths tough. Some of those students are going to turn into the lecturers that we deal with in 10, 15, 20 years time. So that fear can follow you throughout a lifetime. So I think probably the key to that is making sure that we are doing things in English and maths with vocational lecturers and not doing things to them. So taking them along for the ride and making sure there's that collaboration. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think there's fear around English. There's certainly big fear around maths, which it almost seems cultural, doesn't it, in this country and in our society. Sammy, what's your thoughts around this?
I think Jonny's said it really well. I think it's okay to have that fear of maths. I think it's become sort of socially acceptable that I can't do maths, and it's okay to say that. And you might get looked down on if you said you couldn't read. And I think, we've got to change that narrative and we've got to show that it lives and breathes everywhere. And that really small changes will make a big difference in your outcomes in English and maths in further education. Really small changes.
Right, that's so interesting. I think that sometimes we feel that that pressure, and certainly thinking back to where I was teaching, it was almost like there was a culture of, oh my God, they're going to find out that I'm a bit like wobbly on this, or that I don't know what they know. But we're not asking vocational teachers to be massive experts, are we?
No, and I think So take, for example, if statistics appear, like percentages and graphs appear in your subject, and I'll guarantee they will, because every subject has some sort of data that goes along with it. Public services is the one that comes to mind. There's loads of data in public services. Extend those questions. So if it's a percentage, ask them what is it as a fraction. Just that one extra question just gets them thinking, oh, percents out of 100, right, so I'll make a fraction out of 100. You don't need to go any further than that if you're not confident with it. It's extending that knowledge in that naturally occurring episode.
I love that. And naturally occurring really is what we're going on to in the second question you've got here. We've heard that phrase for a long time. It took a lot. I can remember, actually, I'm sort of connecting with my recognition in myself that naturally occurring was a thing. So what does that mean to you, that phrase, Jonny?
Me, I think it starts at the planning stage, and I think we've all seen those lessons where you've maybe got the lecturers who are new to the sector or who have that fear around English and maths, and they're thinking, if I bolt it on, that's okay. If I put a crossword in there, that'll be fine. And it needs to be more sophisticated than that, because students have had that for the best part of 10 and 15 years, some of them. So we've got to sit down with vocational lecturers, we've got to sit down with vocational leaders, and I think we've got to look over their schemes of work with them and see where it is happening. And again, make sure there's that consistency. So if there is any sort of reading going on in any sort of lesson, is it being done in a consistent way? Are we highlighting, some of the key vocabulary, some of the key terms, and as well with maths as well? If you're teaching trigonometry, are you doing it the same as we're doing it?
Absolutely. Sammy, have you got anything to add there?
I think my biggest thing on that is, can you co-teach it? Can you get in there and co-teach it? And that's where it comes to maths and English leaders, and it comes to vocational leaders, about that flexibility of timetabling. And we need to allow teachers to go into each other's lessons anyway, because that is how you will improve as a teacher, by seeing other people teach. Fact. But if we can then co-teach or co-plan together, can you get into spaces where you wouldn't normally encounter those students, just to reinforce that positive message as well, that you're not this big bad evil person that makes them do that subject they don't want to do? Is there a performance at the end of their performing arts course that you can go to? Is there a trip that you can go on? The more you get yourself out there, the more that consistent message will be threaded through, because everybody is doing the same thing.
Absolutely. And I'm loving that already quite naturally you are both embedding, if you like, the different vocational areas. You sort of, that will be really helpful, I think, for people watching or watching back, that you're riffing off, performing arts here or whatever. And that is so important, because actually the lecturers recognise themselves in their subjects, don't they? That's the identity. I'm a motor vehicle lecturer, I'm a hair and beauty lecturer. That's where they sit and belong and take a pride, actually, and have so much industry experience behind them that it's quite easy to feel, if the English and maths stuff isn't done well, you can feel a little undermined. English and maths should be front and centre, as you've said, Jonny, in everything that occurs throughout the college. I'm going to ask you both about the big why. We sort of all know it, but why? Why does it need to be front and centre? Jonny?
For me, I think, why do we go to FE colleges? Why do we go to sixth forms? Why do we go to uni? We want that progression. We want to find the things that make us happy and can make us successful. And English and maths is absolutely key to that, whether that be, an increased wage or job satisfaction, or having the flexibility to go and start your own business and just do your own thing. English and maths is key to that. And I think if we have it front and centre throughout colleges, it is that constant reminder that you need it to get on. We've all had those students who say, well, my uncle doesn't have his GCSEs and he's doing just fine. And I think it's that sort of that gentle reminder of, I'm sure he is, but if he had those skills, could he be doing more? Could he have more freedom? Could he potentially have more success?
Yeah, brilliant. Sammy, what do you think?
Yeah, and just to tag on to that, completely agree. My job as a teacher is to educate your whole self. I might be a maths teacher, but I'm here to teach you to be the best rounded individual to go into society. You cannot engage in society effectively if you don't have strong English and maths skills, unfortunately, because that's how it works. You need to be able to represent yourself, articulate yourself, and Hollie and I joke about this on the podcast about how English and maths are always lumped together when we're very different subjects. And we're lumped together because we're the key priority subjects, because that for the grade D policy or wherever it started from for your college. But that just means we've just got to work together to get that message out there and share that message together as well.
Absolutely. And where it's working and where it's really effective, and let's just say not just colleges. I know, just had a quick look at the chat, we've got people here from Fender Learning, we've got people here from independent training providers, from, you know, my natural home, which is adult community education. Where that's working well, there is a strategy. What's important, not just about having a strategy, I think we perhaps would all, you know, recognize that, but how's the best way to proceed strategically? Sammy first.
I am a huge fan. Jonny's going to talk about strategies in a bit more detail than me, but my input on this is I love a whole college marking policy. I love where it's consistently whole college marked, and I think most institutions have a SPAG marking policy for spelling, punctuation and grammar. Do they have a numeracy policy? Is it an acronym? It can be. If it can be SPAG for English, it can be maths for maths. M is for method. A is for attention needed. Whatever it is, however you want to approach it, if SPAG is embedded, why isn't a numeracy policy embedded if it isn't? That was my little bit on that.
Fantastic. Thanks, Sammy. Jonny, what's you thinking?
Totally agree. I think so many times, you know, we see these acronyms around whole college marking and it's just a focus, spelling, punctuation and grammar. And I think, you know, certainly with the grade 4 rates, the level 1, level 2 rates that we've seen across the country the last 10 years, I think there needs to be that focus in maths. We've seen that to a certain extent with the Centres for Maths Excellence. But, you know, similar sort of thing from the other side. Where's the Centre for English Excellence? If we're looking at, say, GCSE rates of 18 and 19% in maths, are we saying that we're happy with 27 and 28% for English? I think we need that support as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just going to take a quick break now and have a look at some of the comments that are coming in, and maybe we can, you know, bounce off these a little bit. Jenny's saying, I have a real fear of maths and have to remember that's how many of our students feel about maths and English. It's actually physical. And you mentioned the Centres for Excellence in Maths there, Jonny. I help host some of the events. I've had the absolute privilege of seeing a lot of the presentations this year. Absolutely, so much around people. That was the real theme. It wasn't a theme set at the start, but it's like maths has just really caught on to the idea of we're working with people here. We're working with people first, and then we're working with numbers, and then we're working with maths. Hollie's asking, how can we encourage more cross-curricular collaboration? Do you have thoughts on that? Jonny, I'll come to you first.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've covered some of them already, just getting into sessions in other areas. Certainly, when I was a head of English and maths, I would encourage my staff to go, you know, throughout induction, introduce themselves, sort of talk about the importance of English and maths, and then stay there for the rest of the session and get involved. Personally, I did some of the worst joinery and carpentry work that you've ever seen in your life, trying to embed and get involved in a session, the collaborative planning, and I think making sure that, as we've already said, it is a priority, and that, you know, English and maths are front and centre at every meeting, at every discussion, every conversation, at every level. Absolutely.
And we know that a lot of practitioners, advanced practitioners and others are really leading that, you know, getting into places where it takes influence sometimes, doesn't it, on behalf of the English and maths specialists to say, whoa, this isn't working. It's no good if I just look at somebody's session plan here. I need to get in, I need to get involved. And they're the ones really driving the change. Helen is saying culture changing thoughts for maths and English across everywhere. Yes. Cross-college personal support and time needed to help with fear. That's, you know, that's staff and students. We're all learners and not necessarily experts in everything. And so much we can learn too from the vocational areas as well, because we sort of need to, you know, we pick that up. And I think as English and maths specialists going into those spaces, you're adapting, aren't you, all the time? You're sort of seeing what the content is. You've got this whole toolkit of stuff that can help. It's a great role. What about at-risk students then? Because we know that young people and adults have come to us and they have got failure hanging round their necks like an albatross. How do we best identify and support those students? Sammy, I'm going to bring you in.
Well, this would link to the anxiety that Jenny had put in the chat earlier. I think first thing I'll address that teacher anxiety. If we're talking whole college, then what CPD is available whole college for staff to engage with maths and English training? Those that have a GCSE but haven't studied maths for 20 years, if I wasn't teaching it, that would be me. What support are we giving those staff to overcome that anxiety? But yet we're expecting them to embed it, and we're expecting them to support students. So I think there's a huge ask on colleges and institutions to do more to support staff around that anxiety. But then with students as well, what support are we giving them? When I come to my session, I'll say what I do at the start of my year, but relationships are key, and you know this, Lee, with your building communities. Spending that time to find their motivation for being there is the biggest thing that will unlock you to be allowed in to address those anxieties for them. If you've got that relationship with that student and you understand them and they understand you, they will be more willing to go with you on that journey that is really challenging and really hard. But if you start hitting them over the head with an assessment week 1, where is that relationship building, and what are you expecting to get out of that?
Yeah, just feels like school, feels like setting the ground for another failure. The great surprise and the enriching surprise comes from those 3 words, how are you, at the start of any relationship, doesn't it? Jonny, what are your thoughts?
Similar. I think we've got to break it down, and I think what we need to try and do is, I think we all know that 3 hours or 1.5 hours a week of instruction is not going to be enough. It's not going to help us because we need to take some of that time to build relationships, as we're talking about. We need to take some of that time to even get the exam skills in there, which can take away from some of the actual teaching. So I think we've got to allow independence. I think we now have a lot of the tools to do that through remote and online learning. And I would say as well that we've got to change the terminology, and we've got to stop saying you failed, and we've got to start saying you haven't failed, you just haven't passed yet.
Yeah. The language we use is really important, isn't it? The language is relationship and culture changing, I think. So there's something about self-awareness in there, something about how staff, English and math staff and vocational staff, the spaces they have to have these discussions, to explore the language that is being used, particularly, I think, language which can be quite othering of people, knowing that you are an at-risk student. And that's a term that comes out of kindness, I think. But even knowing that, you perhaps got hanging with a label is really challenging. I'm going to ask you now about a group of colleagues who we don't think about enough. And Sammy, we've talked about this on Joy FM. Your strapline for Joy FM, which the radio station, is everyone in education. What about TAs? What about learning support assistants? Where do they fit into this picture? And Jonny, I'm going to come to you first.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely vitally important that they are just as much a part of the journey as everybody else, and that we involve them again at all levels, involve them in planning where possible. The range and the raft of skills that you will see within that, within that mass of professionals, it's outstanding. Certainly wherever I've worked, what we've actually tried to do is identify if any of them would like to do more. Within English and maths, would you like to take small groups? Would you like to potentially, host a session? To the point where a million years ago, when I was head of English and maths, we ended up recruiting 2 or 3 teaching assistants to come and be full-time teachers. And part of that was because they fully felt included in what we were doing, and we provided the training that they wanted, and we felt would support them.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Jonny. Sammy, what are you thinking? What's your freshest thinking?
I think you bring everyone in, like Jonny said, and you encourage support staff to be with you. But again, it's a big call out to upskilling everyone who wants to be upskilled or feels that they need to be upskilled. I've seen this happen in a college where training was offered at level 2 maths for colleagues, and it was seen as a slight of your credibility if you signed up for it, that you felt you weren't good at your job. Well, that's the wrong culture. What we're saying is there's an opportunity to upskill yourself to level 2 in English and maths. And if you want to come along, then that's brilliant. And it's about making sure that people feel supported. I am a huge fan of sharing my planning documents as soon as they're done. I'm an early planner and things might change. But if I can give my adult students and my learning support assistants, my planning as soon as I can, they've got time to reflect on it, become familiar with it. And another one of my sayings is there should be no surprises in education.
Only joyful ones. Only joyful surprises. And I'm just reading a comment here from Michelle. Michelle never allows the word fail in her classroom, so she loves what you had to say, Jonny. Seeing learners doing GCSE resits in English start to believe in themselves again is the greatest joy. Absolutely. And we've got a little bit of a delay on the YouTube comments, so we're not seeing them come through sort of in the moment with us. But Mike is saying that he had a teaching assistant in sessions, and it would be great if they could be involved with English and maths support in workshops. We don't always remember everyone in education when it comes to staff training and professional development, do we? And that's certainly something that we can address. I'm going to ask one more question and then see which comments have come in. Timetabling, oh my word, it doesn't matter, does it, if you've got the most sophisticated platform or software in the whole world. Timetabling is always going to be a mind blower, and people are always going to be unhappy. What are the timetabling issues that you think are really pertinent for English and maths development? Sammy. Oh, Jonny.
Hello. I'll go on first. I would say get it done early. Start doing it in January, February, and that might seem a little bit crazy to some, but have a look at the data in terms of attendance. Have a look at the data if you've got any in terms of what the behaviour and what the attitudes in lessons have been. Don't touch Friday afternoon ever. Try and avoid 9 o'clock Monday morning if you can, and get it out nice and early. The vocational areas. I remember working with the head of engineering who was going so crazy through timetabling. He had a dream that he went to his kitchen and his wife said she'd got it booked out, so he wasn't allowed in. So if we can make that a little bit easier for them, we'll get that buy-in and we'll get more support.
Yeah, that's lovely. Sammy.
So, sorry, I'm trying to do clicking at the same time. Thanks for that, Jonny, for covering there. Yeah, totally agree with that. Timetabling's a huge thing, but I can't remember who said in the comments about what they ban and failure in the classroom, but I ban is it? I don't accept is it as an answer. So is it 9? I don't know, is it? And it'll end up in like a massive merry-go-round. Is it 9? Is it 9? I don't know, is it? And the whole point about that, I do a whole session on, it is 9. I'm confident in my answer, it is 9. I've done my checks. I'm reviewed my working out. I know what I'm doing. I'm an expert in maths, and I'm going to tell you, the teacher, Sammy, that it is 9 as the answer. And so it's that rumbling of, ooh, if someone starts with an is it in my class now, where they go, oh, someone said is it, she's going to go for him, she's going to go for him. One class once said that they had to buy each other a bar of chocolate every time they mentioned is it. So that got quite silly towards the end of the year. But it's that important piece about being confident and building that relationship, but giving them that confidence in their own narrative that they know what they're doing and they're not looking to me to check. I've done my bit. I've created the conditions for them to learn. They've checked their work. That's their answer. They should be confident in that.
Yeah, that confidence is absolutely everything, isn't it? It really makes a difference. Can I also say, and I'm not saying this to give big snaps to myself, but, to the two of you, Hollie's letting us know that what people are saying on Twitter is that they love the energy and enthusiasm about this. When I worked in a college, English and maths felt like, whoa, oh God, it's English and maths. We're not good enough again. And this is turning it on its head, isn't it? Because back to that big why, we are building relationships which prepare people to be in the world, not just in the world of work, but in the world. And I'm sure many of us have a friend or a family member that, is really struggles with maths or English. I know he's not going to see this, so I can say that my brother-in-law can't read or write. You see the incredible intelligence and strategy that people use in their lives to cover that up. And imagine the stress that causes. I mean, what we're doing here needs energy, needs enthusiasm. And, it's absolutely spot on. Michelle has given some feedback on your book, Jonny. So hopefully you'll be able to tell us at some point a bit more about your book. There's a chapter on timetabling and attendance that she does say that you haven't got a silver bullet to fix it. So even Johnny's not got a silver bullet. Okay, we've just got a few minutes left. I want to look at things the other way around. How can vocational lecturers support the development of English and maths beyond improving their own practice? I'm not talking about that. But how can they bring something back to the party? Because there's big love here for people getting together, really working on this in communities. And I'm going to go to Jonny first because Sammy's muted.
For me, I'd say look over the fence. We all know, we talk about, obviously you talk loads and really successful about community. Lou, I think those communities for the vocational areas exist throughout the country. There are the local, the regional, the national links that they have with colleges across the country, with exam boards, with reps and with trainers throughout. Talk to them about English and maths. Make sure it's on the agenda when you get together. What are you doing in your college that works for construction students or construction lecturers? What do you know if you're a hairdresser lecturer? Same. Go into those networks and ask the questions of how are you doing it? Because as much as we talk about English, we're all teachers of English and maths. There is still that accountability. They still want to see the students do well, and English and maths is part of that. So I think explore it with your collaborators.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Sammy. Over to you.
Ask that extra question. If you have done something that is involved English or maths in your hairdressing, construction, public services lesson, ask that extra question. Probe them that little bit more, expand that little bit more on their answer. But also, the biggest thing that I've seen be successful with the health and social care department is that co-teaching, is that transition, is that in the end of my maths lesson, one of the health and social care teachers walks in and goes, I'm just going to plan for my next lesson at the back, guys. And while I'm here, you just be cracking on. That's not a behaviour management. It's not a watching. It's that collaboration with each other. It's that consistency of message, because she wanted to see what I was saying about how they were going to be tackling the next topic ready so she could do fractions next week. And it's that collaboration.
Absolutely. It's that presence as well, isn't it? It's also about being present. We don't have time to unpack it here, but Mike has brought the issue of neurodiversity into the room. So I'm just, saying as a neurodivergent person, that's also a conversation to be had about not allowing neurodiversity to be a deficit model. But listen, Hollie's giving us the nod. So 30 seconds left. Top tips, Jonny.
Top tips: work with everybody around you, support and guide and help wherever it is needed, and provide those spaces to do it in.
Fabulous. Sammy, top tips.
Collaborate, connect, and don't be scared.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, guys. Everybody enjoy the rest of the morning. I'm popping up again this afternoon. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. Jonny, Sammy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Big kudos to you.
Thank you, Lou.
Oh, and I'm muted. There we go. First fail of the day. Thanks, Hollie. I was saying how lucky you are that you've got me again. Very excited to be here. Now, I think I was probably having a joke when I titled this session. I titled it Best Practice in FE Maths. I haven't got any amazing answers. I'm sorry if you've come for that. And I've actually put hard and easy on the slides because I was like, what was I thinking when I titled it like this? I'm gonna go through the truth of what it looks like in my classroom. Just a big shout out to Hollie, who you saw before. We do a podcast called E&M Booth, and it's e-m-booth.site. We would love you to come on our podcast. If you teach English or maths, or you want to talk about English and maths in further education, please come on our podcast. If you head to that website, you can fill in a form and come on. We've had guests on there, Julia Smith, Jonny, who you've seen, Emma Bell, we've had Catherine Robertshaw, we've had Jenny Drain this week, Elizabeth Draper. There's so many people on that podcast, but we want to hear from you. So just a big shout out to come in on the podcast there. So I've got my spoiler alert for you. maths is hard, recent maths is hard, and it's unlikely the students enroll because they wanted to do maths. I know adults are slightly different, but it's unlikely that when they signed up for level 3 photography that they wanted to study maths. It's unlikely. So we're already on the back foot when we start. So I'm going to start with the statistics from 2019, and I know there were no exams in 2020 and grade inflation and all that. I'm not going to address that. I want to take the last SAT exams. So the last SAT exams were 2019, and only 22.3% achieved the target of at least a grade 4. So we have a problem, because we're mathematicians and we know that 22.3% is not an okay percentage, and that includes adults too. So actually, when you take your 16 to 19 cohort, that comes down even lower. I've got rates of 80, 90, 97% in my adult classes. So I know that my 16 to 19 results are lower too. So what can we do? And I have no magic answers. I'm just going to share with you some of the things that go into my lessons. But I want to start with where I start with my teaching. I start with inclusivity at the very beginning. Exam access arrangements are the normal way of working. I will spend the first 6 weeks, if it takes 6 weeks, wandering around my classroom with different coloured overlays, trying with all my students, does this work, does this work, does this work? I never assume that someone's asked that question before. I never assume that somebody's asked, what do you need to help you achieve in maths? I take it upon myself that that's my question to ask. And even if they've had an assessment already in college, I'll ask that question again. This year I took a class over in February half term, and there was an adult student who'd been studying at our college, and she'd been studying with our college for about 4 years, 5 years maybe, and she was saying sometimes it's just a bit hard to read the question and to take it all in. And so I showed her how to use Text Help Read and Write. Text Help sponsoring today, but they're not sponsoring this session. I am just a fan of the tool, and this is what happened in my classroom. And I turned it on for her so that she could sort of block out bits on the screen. It could read aloud for her, and instantly she was like, this is amazing. Why I can now understand these questions more. So never assume that someone's asked that question. That barriers to maths might exist, and they're more likely to have barriers to maths that are a signal to underlying needs as well. So it's our responsibility to ask that question. Things that happen in my classroom then, I create memorable moments. I try and avoid tricks and flicks where I can, but I recognise that my students come with keep, flip, change and all the things that come along with it. Top memorable moments in my classroom, I think this is probably the top 3 by my level 3 dance class, but we'll go with it. It's when I use Beyonce for prime factor decomposition. So we do the prime factor tree and we split the numbers down. So we start with the number at the top, 2 branches, and we split the number. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it, as Beyonce says. So that's when we get into circling those prime factors, that exam technique that we're after. Transformations, I talk about Terry's. Translation, enlargement, rotation, reflection. Why? Because you just pick one. Because in the exam, the question is describe one single transformation. So you can't say rotated and reflected, because you automatically score 0. So just to drill that in, it's a moment. I don't refer back to these other than in the moment with the lesson. And then Adam Sandler for ratio, add, divide and multiply for ratio. And I just have the pictures of them up to remind them sometimes. And then they're not a trick or a flick. I'll come on to one of the strategies that I use. But can you create memorable moments for your students? How can you make it memorable for them? Because if it's just going to be the same as school, where they had a much heftier timetable and focus on it and didn't achieve a grade 4 or their target grade, if it's not memorable with you, it's unlikely things are going to change. I've mentioned before, and I'll say it again, relationships are key, absolutely, really key. Build the curriculum links like we said, co-teach, go into other people's lessons, other maths lessons, vocational area lessons, English lessons, go into other lessons. The more the students can see you in other spaces, the more they will build that relationship with you. Tutorial time's a big one for me. I love to go into tutorial time and join the discussions and make time in my timetable to go do that. But that's a big ask. But can you go into tutorial time just to say hello, introduce yourself? You might catch some of those people that you've not quite met yet, who haven't made it to class. And I play games in my lessons to start with, to build those relationships. And we do them at Christmas and we do them at Easter. And I make time for that. And I have an ebook of party games that you can play. They work on video calls, they work face to face. I've tried them with my own small children, I've tried them with my FE students, I've tried them with my adult colleagues. Everybody, there's a game for everybody in there. They're really successful, I think. And it helps build that relationship with my students, showing them that I can be a bit human. I've got that humour with them. This year, like I said, I took a class over in February and I had a co-teacher in the class, really fortunate. And I took the class over and she said to me, gosh, they've never talked so much than when they've been with you, but they didn't do much work. No, they didn't. They weren't there to do work first lesson. They were there to get to know me and I was there to get to know them. Relationships are key. Make it relevant. When will I need this? You know it's going to be asked. You know they're going to ask you it. You know they're going to say, when am I going to need this? I'm studying to be a dancer. Why do I need to know trigonometry? Well, I don't know if dancing is going to work out for you. I hope it does. But if it doesn't, you might end up needing it. I don't know what the future holds for you. So make it relevant. Build those curriculum links with people. If you can't make it relevant in the vocational area, so for example, I once taught across a really split vocational area. I had level 3 bakery, level 2 butchery, I had level 2 hair and beauty, all in one class. Made it quite a challenge to make it vocationally relevant. So we went down the route of employability and British values. And I co-taught with another teacher. And she was the greatest inspiration that I've ever had in doing this. And she led this a lot. So by putting the focus on employability and British values as your examples, you're making it relevant. So Axe the Bedroom Tax is a lesson on area and perimeter. We look at the dimensions of a bedroom for 2 children of the same gender to share, 2 children over 16 that need to have separate bedrooms. And then we look at the size and dimensions of the walls in terms of where would the furniture go? Well, how are they going to put the posters up? And who's going to decide where they get their artwork? Who's going to put the screens up? And we play around with it as though it's a real bedroom that we're designing. And then because we have that relationship, it will go into an honest discussion about how we feel about the bedroom tax. And perhaps it's personally impacted the students. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with if that's where it ends up, because that's brilliant. Because then I'm making it relevant for them. I'm showing them the connections in the real world, rather than me getting them to practice the area and perimeter of rectangles over and over and over again. They're now connecting it with, oh, right, okay, so then this determines how much money you get on benefits. Right, so we need to know this calculation. That's just one example. Another example is the number of elected House of Lords representatives versus non-elected. And then we play about with the fractions and they think, well, we want to make it fair. And we talk about what fair is, and then we talk about what an average is, and we talk about half. And then we look at the representation in the House of Lords and we adjust and make equivalent fractions of what we think it should look like. And I'm okay with that, because like I said before, I'm here to be their teacher, not just their maths teacher, their teacher to help them be the best person they can be in society. And just whilst I've got your attention, making it relevant also applies to assessments. I taught in a department this year that had a week 1 assessment, a week 6 assessment, a week 8 assessment, a week 10 assessment, and a full mock in week 11. Are those assessments relevant? I get we needed evidence for tags and CAGs. I get all of that. But did we need that many assessments so soon, so close together? Were they relevant to the students? Just a question to think about. So one of the strategies that I give my students is SHED, and I've adapted this from a few resources, and it's sketch, highlight, estimate, and discuss. Sketch, highlight, estimate, and discuss. So I've got a typical AO3 problem-solving question here. In the exam, that discuss is changed to decide. Can you draw a problem? Can you draw this problem out? What would it look like? Can you highlight the key information? What would a sensible estimate be? And then can you chat with your peer and see what they think? It's a strategy not just for maths, I think. I think it can be used in other subjects too. So this is it in action. So can you sketch the problem? Where's the key information? And what would a sensible answer be? So here's that question again. It's asking them to sketch on this page. Can you make any notes? There might be people. This is an online version and you'll get access to this at the end of the day. Those bars are draggable across to highlight the information. Write a sensible estimate here. So it's around 30% in the question. So we don't want to be seeing 60% as an answer. And then discuss, talk to your peer. And again, this is an online version. So this is using Google Slides to tag someone in the comments. So shed, sketch, highlight, estimate and discuss. And in the exam, you can estimate and have 2 or 3 guesses and think, oh, which one seems more sensible? And then you decide. You have that confidence to decide on your answer. This is whole class marking. So this is adapted from Miss Rada's Maths on Twitter. And this is whole class marking. I talk a lot about co-teaching and I would hate to think that I've encouraged you to go co-teach and then you're like, well, hang on, she's not actually told us what the best bits about co-teaching or how can we co-teach. So this is the document that sits. This is it filled in. So this is my level 3 group. We were doing factorising and expanding. I've marked on that I need to follow up Jack and Jacob and I need to follow up Rafe's classwork because it just wasn't quite there today. Pastoral key information, Laura's 18 at the weekend, so we're going to need to check it next week. Sally, she's got her EAA this week, exam access arrangements, so I need to check next week. Danny's missing something for Vox, so I need to speak to the curriculum lead to check on that. Praise, in equal measure, if I'm going to be going on to Pro Monitor, Pro, whatever your suite is for tracking comments, if I'm going to be putting follow-ups on, what are my praise comments for students? And then what are my key learning points? They got lost in breakout 1 because they didn't do the homework. And then here's a message from a co-teacher. I didn't do greater than 1 coefficients. And so it's a live document. It can be online, it can be paper-based. But if they sit in a folder when you're having those curriculum reviews with the vocational team about how are they getting on in English and maths, you've got that live lesson evidence there for you, that whole class feedback. And then the last thing from me, practice makes for better results. I'm not going to say it makes perfect because we've got a long way to go for things to be perfect. 2 websites that have made a huge difference to me are Maths Kitchen and Maths Whiteboard. Maths Whiteboard does a calendar where you can select the topics, the level of difficulty. And what you can do is you can select how hard you want the questions to be, and then it can create a calendar for you. And in that calendar, it's 1 question per day with the answer. And at the end of today, you'll get an email with a link to the website and you'll be able to get access to all these resources and you can click on the link and be taken straight to it. What I found with the calendar is it's something really great that I can give them to do in tutorial time. It's something really great I can give my adults to do who want to do a little bit of maths a day. Maths Whiteboard also has an interactive whiteboard on there. So on the interactive whiteboard, it's got I do, you do. So you pick a topic, so expanding brackets. It starts with 1-star questions and the board's split in 2 like this slide is. And on one side, I do a worked example and then it generates a brand new question on this side for them to do. My students go, oh, we've done a 1-star. Can we do a 3-star now? We'll skip 2 stars. And they'll do a 3-star. Oh, we're going to go to 5 stars. And they'll go, oh, no, we need to go back to 4 stars. And it works like that. It's a really great resource. There's tons of stuff on Maths White, but I'm not doing it justice today. But the calendar definitely is worth checking out. If we're thinking about that embedding maths across all areas, why not have a question a day on the staff calendar? Why not? On the topics that you're covering at the minute or topics that you covered the previous term for retrieval. Maths Kitchen, I'll just head off that there is a premium option for Maths Kitchen. What I'm talking about are the free options. I don't have a commercial relationship with either of these websites. These are just 2 websites that have made a difference to me. You will be hearing from GCSE Pod later, and again, they do something quite similar. It's whatever works for you. I'm just sharing what happens in my classroom. What happened in my classroom were my students were saying that they wanted a 10-minute mini exam that they could do on their phones, perhaps on their dinner break from work, or perhaps on the bus, or perhaps when they were waiting for their friends, or perhaps when they were waiting for school pickup, whatever it was. Maths Kitchen, you sign up for a free account and you can get a 10-minute personalised assessment, 10 minutes of maths questions that just do. That 10 minutes of quick, random questions, if you wanted, of exam style practice. The whole website is exam style questions marked in real time, and you get 3 questions per topic for free. The premium options, it gives you that customization. So you might pick expanding brackets. You can review the 10 questions that are available and you can go, actually, my group can't do that, or my group can do that. And you can drag and drop them in and out to make the assessment suitable for them. 2 websites that have made a real difference to me in my teaching this year. So, I hope I didn't spoil too much for you, but maths is hard. Resit maths is hard. And we're already on the back foot because it's unlikely they came because they wanted to do maths unless they're adults. So we have to win them over. So we have to build those relationships, make it relevant, make it memorable, and just have fun with it. I hope you have a super, super, super day with us today. I've been speaking in that seance mode, so I've not been able to see any of the things coming, but I'm going to check the comments now. Thank you very much for giving up your time today. We really do appreciate it, and we hope you can appreciate what we're trying to do here. And then we're just trying to say, look, let's shout from the rooftops about the brilliant work that we do in FE, Maths and English. My name is Sammy, I'm What the Trig Math, and I'll be back again with you later.
There's lots of options when it comes to maths qualifications, and choosing what's right for your learners can be a challenge. Functional Skills Maths qualifications are an excellent choice for your curriculum, available from entry level to level 2. They give your learners a fantastic foundation for progression into employment or further education, as well as teaching them maths skills that are useful and easily transferable to everyday life. Outcomes range from focusing on building learner confidence with fundamental maths, to applying their knowledge to solve realistic problems, and helping learners develop an appreciation for the role maths plays in the wider world of work and life. All levels of Functional Skills Maths have a calculator and non-calculator section, as well as using numbers and the number system, using common measures, shape and space, and handling information and data. When you offer any of our functional skills qualifications, you'll gain access to fantastic benefits and exceptional support, including a 6 working day turnaround for online assessment results, a free resit option, and an exclusive discount to e-learning platform Skills Forward. Help build your learners' knowledge and confidence in maths with NCFE Functional Skills qualifications.
Viruses each only attack specific cells. So, for example, a virus like tomato spotted wilt virus attacks tomato plants and won't infect the cells of an animal. Swine flu is a viral disease that infects pigs worldwide but is rarely passed on to humans. And even if transmission happens, it doesn't always cause an infection.
Viruses have certain shaped molecules on their protein coat, which means they can only lock onto certain cells which have the right shaped receptors on their surfaces.
So what we have created are trackers that will calculate the grade exactly as the exam board calculates the grade to take away all that heavy lifting from you. Everything is calculated using grade boundaries from the very latest exam series. You can also select and also adjust with a percentage challenge before updating your tracker. Using Katniss Everdeen as an example, you can see that she has a target grade of a 7, currently working at a 6. For her to achieve that 7, she needs 7 more marks. Really useful information when strategically planning future lessons. It is incredibly easy to add multiple past papers to your tracker. You can, of course, add end of topic test or adjusted mocks. You can even tag each question of this adjusted mock against the relevant AOs so that it informs how students are doing in those key assessment objectives. When you open your tracker and add data, you can see it starts to feed into that topic summary area live. We also have an individual student report that collates all of the key information and presents it in one easy to read document. This is really powerful for students, parents and teachers so they can see exactly what grade students are working at and most importantly how they can move forward. As with our English trackers, our maths trackers also allow you to add multiple end of topic tests. They also allow you to add past papers at question level analysis that pull through to a topic summary area. If you are looking to trial Pupil Progress, all you need to do is visit pupilprogress.com, click on the create account icon and you'll be able to access it through a simple registration process.
Hello, welcome back. It's so fantastic to see so many of you on the YouTube. I'm just going to quickly share my screen. It's obligatory to tell you that now. So remember, all day you can follow us on the YouTube channel, or you can tweet #FEConnect. My name's Hollie Barnes, and we'll get started in a couple of seconds. This session is going to be about functional skills English for all. So what I want to do is put through some top tips and also share some best practice that I've also come across in, well, my time whilst I've been teaching, and also some stuff just through conversations with other practitioners, which have been really, really useful. And which is why we're all here at the end of the day, isn't it? To share things, to collaborate. So I'll get started. So I've already introduced myself. I'm Hollie Barnes. I work at a college in Cambridgeshire, in an FE college, and I've been teaching in FE for the last 3 to 4 years. I teach a multitude of things, but I won't bore you with that. I'll skip forward to the stuff that we're here to talk about today. So I'm really aware that today we do have some people who are joining us from vocational settings who might not be fully aware about the process of functional skills or GCSE. So for functional skills, it's a step or a building block towards a GCSE. Sometimes it's instead of, sometimes it can be started at a lower level. So sometimes as in year group, like year 10. Sometimes our learners can start at an entry 1 and move the way through. So there are multiple levels of functional skills. There's what we call entry level, which is made up of 3 entry levels. So entry level 1, entry level 2, and entry level 3. And then there's also the higher levels, so level 1 and level 2. And it's said that the functional skills sits just under a GCSE. It's not quite equivalent. So that's why it's the building blocks towards it. What people don't know is that for some resit learners, they may never get that GCSE. They may never achieve that magic grade 4 that they're desperate for. But achieving a functional skills can be an alternative. And many of our apprentices, they can also sit a functional skills. And sometimes they're brought in to sit functional skills as part of their overall apprenticeship, or as an alternative, maybe in adult evening classes. So that's just kind of a list of how the qualifications work. And if you're not aware of what goes on in English functional skills, there are 3 separate elements. So we have a reading component, a writing component, and a speaking and listening component. So they have to look at things like comparing text, making inferences, recognizing bias, looking at language of a text, as well as being able to write 2 pieces of non-fiction writing, responding to a situation, but also it could be something quite short. It could be responding to a forum, maybe like a social forum where people have left comments. And then they have a speaking and listening element, which is the most daunting for them because they don't want to stand up and present to people. But each level has its own different way of presenting those different elements. So for example, we wouldn't expect an entry level 1 learner to be able to produce a full PowerPoint presentation speech at the front for 15 minutes. It would be a much shorter conversation. Exam day is also like a bit of a pick and mix experience. So they can go in and their friend might sit one text and then they might sit a different text. And the same with the writing. They can go in and one of them might sit something on an article writing and a letter writing, and then the other person might get the social media forum. It is all day dependent on what happens. So they have to pass all 3 elements in order to gain the overall qualification of functional skills. So it can be quite a daunting experience. In recent reforms in the last year or so, functional skills has upped its level. Okay, so it is a bit more challenging, those level 1s and level 2s to get there. So it's really important that we can provide a space for our learners to be able to access content and to be able to understand. So what I thought I'd do is go through some of the tips that I've come across and break them down into reading, break them down into writing, and then also break them down into speaking and listening. And if you have any questions, pop them in the chat. Sammy and Jonny are around on Twitter and looking in the background, so we'll be able to keep up with them. Something that I really wanted to bring forward before we move on is a conversation that I had with Steph Guilford, who is a functional skills curriculum manager for adults. And on the English and Maths Booth podcast, we were talking, and something that became really relevant, really naturally in a conversation, was that maybe our younger learners who are sitting functional skills are not really heard, or they don't feel heard within the content of functional skills. And whilst there are lots of different contexts that can come up in functional skills, for them, they might not be able to access that type of content. For example, I was talking to somebody the other day who was talking about the exam about beekeeping. How many of our 16 to 19-year-olds will be able to access that? And when I say access, I mean break that down and understand fully of what's happening. So we always talk about it's the teacher's responsibility to give them the reading, and it's the teacher's responsibility to be able to put forward these different contexts. But it's also down to us to be able to break that down and take it at the pace of a learner. So not all of our learners will be interested in certain contexts, but we have to present those difficult and challenging texts anyway, but break them down into small, manageable chunks. One thing that we do within our reading section is they have to look at multiple texts. So if they're going to be looking at if we're looking at, let's say, level 1 or level 2, they could look up to 3 texts in an exam. Now, if you're doing that on paper, that's a lot of flicking about through the exam paper. But also the exams are online, so it's lots of looking backwards and forwards. If you throw that at a learner looking at 3 texts straight away, it can be really difficult. Now, I would find it really challenging to be able to look at 3 text messages in one go. So imagine having to look at 3 large pieces of text. Now, the skills of looking across are really, really important, but being able to break them down and ease them into looking at multiple texts is the key that I think is successful. So bringing in one text at the start of the year, maybe that being a shorter text, and then introducing to a longer piece of text. Something that's really important to note is our learners are not keen readers, okay? That's not to say that's a generalisation. That's not to say that every learner hates reading, but we have a challenge in FE and a challenge in English to be able to encourage learners to read more. So we know that they're not going to be interested in reading, but it's about how we approach that. That's really important. So that exploration of text, of breaking the text down, not only just bringing it into, one text before you're introducing them to multiple texts, but breaking that text down into chunks. And that might mean using subheadings so that it's really, really clear for them to access the content. We look at non-fiction text as well. So they're in the reading section, they can look at an article. It's very typical for them to look at articles. It's linking back to what Sammy said, don't be naive in thinking that they know what it is, okay? Some of our learners have never explored blogs online, and as much as we can introduce them in lessons, how much have they really taken in of that content? We need to be showing them real life models of articles. We need to be bringing in the newspapers, getting them on that flip chart paper and start analysing. Part of the reading exam is about being able to look at what makes a article, whether it's presentational or language. And then we have to flip that into the writing. They have to be able to see it, identify it. Then the writing, they have to be able to do it. Situational. So can we, think about situations where some of those texts have been relevant? So if we are looking at, if we're looking at maybe some of the content that's delivered to us about councils and taking out bins and things like that, can we relate that to something local that's happened? And then contextualize practice. So again, bringing in that context of where they're working or where they're aiming to work maybe, or also bringing in where their vocational area is. The next thing is writing. So both are really, really challenging. There's not one that's easier than the other when it comes to, functional skills. It's really, really important that we understand, again, something which I was lucky enough to be a part of, which was the FE Swap Shot. Joshua Spears did a fantastic talk about cultural poverty, and he is really highlighting this cultural capita that we have. And to remember that cultural poverty exists, learners haven't experienced certain things that we might think they've experienced. They might not have been to the beach. They might not have been able to go on holiday before. So we can't presume that they understand what the senses are like. we're talking about non-fiction content here, but the situations can kind of be brought in here. So, you know, just because our learners have bins at home doesn't mean they've put the bins out for the council and have experienced that they've, you know, had to be angry about that. So be really, really wary of the context that we're looking at with our learners, and try and provide them support of that cultural poverty, whether that's accessing videos, accessing Google Maps, taking them on journeys, getting them out the classroom. It's really, really important. Another thing that's important that seems to be missed off sometimes is the teaching of spelling, punctuation and grammar. Sometimes as teachers, we might feel that we don't need to do that, or we shouldn't be doing that. But it's really, really important that we spend that lesson on punctuation, getting it right, because for functional skills, part of the writing content is actually marked upon spelling, punctuation and grammar. There's a percentage of those marks, just like GCSE. So it's really key that we teach that. Model responses, again, and layouts. The best and most practical thing I found is that if I type it, learners won't look at it. If I draw it, learners tend to look at it. So mapping out those layouts. What do things look like in terms of an article? What does a blog actually look like? They might concentrate on some of that when they come into their writing a bit more, if they can picture that visual kind of mapping out on the page. And then also something that a colleague said to me just yesterday, she said, in order to understand these situations of writing, learners need to understand the emotions involved in order to be able to get on board with what's in front of them. So going back to that example about the bins and the council, well, how would they feel in that situation? Can they think about all the kind of things that would have a backlash on that situation? If you had children or whole family and all your bins were not taken out, how would that impact their life? How would their mother feel, or their guardian? And how would that then respond in emotions? And then moving just on quickly to speaking and listening. So dress rehearsals. Practice makes perfect for speaking and listening. With our learners, they're constantly talking. We know they are. They're talking all the time in lesson. But some of that is fantastic. Some of that might just be about Snapchat, or, you know, are they going to get a meal deal from Tesco? But as much practice in lesson as they can, you know, timed practice is really, really important as well. It could be something like thunks. If you've not heard what a thunk is, I've just put a quick example on the bottom there. It's questions that require some kind of outside thinking. So if Monday was a colour, what colour would it be? And it's really great to watch them kind of battle that out. You know, well, my Mondays are yellow because they're happy, because I don't have many lessons and I don't have English and maths. Some might say, oh, you know, my days are full of, Mondays are grey because I hate Mondays and I hate getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning. They have to have a certain element of speaking and listening where it's dictated to them. You know, they have to take part in a specific topic. But can that be led by the learners? Can they pick it? You know, if we're giving them something that's out there that maybe they can't relate to, how much, you know, are we going to get out of that? Part of that process is researching and talking about it and breaking it down. But why don't we let the learners lead? We always talk about letting learners take hold of their own education. Well, this is the time where we can do that. And some of the topics that they'll come out with will be wild, but it's about managing that and, you know, getting on board with that sometimes. It's a perfect time for them to start writing notes. So, you know, organising themselves, planning, preparation, going into that session with a clear plan, you know, even giving them an outline of what they need to put. It can have reference into vocational area where you're thinking about citing references. And the biggest thing for reading, writing and speaking and listening is always, Miss, how can I start? What shall I start with? So where we can provide starter sentences, whether it's first starts of sentences for writing, whether it's that dear sir or madam, whether it's where do I start in terms of what am I looking at for a particular text, that's what they're looking at, that initial getting going. Once they get going, it can be very much self-led by them again, if it needs to be or it doesn't need to be. But starter sentences, if we give them the keys and the tools to get started, you know, everything else starts there really, and we can work forward. So we're coming towards the end now. Try to keep that nearly close to the 15 minutes. But if there's any more questions, please pop them in the chat or on Twitter. There's also a contextualised Padlet that's going around. If you're a vocational teacher here today and you are able to contribute some resources for functional skills or GCSE, then please do pop them on that Padlet. It will go onto the website with all the resources at the end. And if you're interested in finding out any more about functional skills or those conversations that are being had, then pop onto the AM Booth website and you can tune into some of the English and Maths Booth podcasts where we've had some educators come on and talk about functional skills English. And I think that leaves me with a minute spare. I think that's to the dot. Sammy's telling me with the magic slide. So thank you.
Good morning. My name's Jonny Kay, Jonathan Kay when I'm in trouble. I'm going to be doing a session this morning on behaviour management, classroom management in FE, and expectations as well. So, as we're all doing this morning, I'll do that thing where I share my screen. And there we are. So today's session brought to you by GCSE Pod, a fabulous resource that we'll be hearing more about in roughly 15 minutes. I think Natalie from GCSE Pod will be with us. Very excited to see that session. And on with me. So as I say, today's session, managing behaviour. Now, there's a couple of quick quotes. I'll not read them all out. I'll just leave them there for you to have a quick peruse. I come to a frightening conclusion. I am the decisive element in the classroom. It is my personal approach that creates the climate. It is my daily mood that makes the weather. So we, at times, can be the ones who dictate what the mood, what the behaviour, what the attitude within the lessons is going to be like. So today's session is going to be partially around that and also partially around creating the conditions for that behaviour, that positive behaviour to be encouraged and to be shared. So tips, tricks, approaches, strategies, hopefully a lot here for us to see. So many of you should have seen the 1989 film Roadhouse starring Patrick Swayze. I'm pretty certain no one was expecting to see Swayze's face on the next slide. Really quickly, the context, he is a sort of head bouncer who goes to a club in the deep south of America, having loads of problems with sort of violence, drugs, all those sorts of things. And he boils managing that behaviour that he sees down to three things. And these are, little stretch, applicable to all classrooms. So the guiding principles, the golden rules. 1, never underestimate your opponent and expect the unexpected. That is his rule that I am obviously applying to FE. Anything can happen in a classroom, so try and be ready for it and try and be ready to deal with it. Number 2, take it outside. Never start anything in the classroom unless it's absolutely necessary. If we are getting to the point where behaviour is obstructing a lesson, have the chat outside the class. If there is a refusal, we'll deal with that in a different way. We'll deal with it after the session. We'll deal with it by talking to a tutor and some more approaches coming up if we get to that point. And last but not least, something that is often lost in the heat of the moment when we are frustrated. Be nice. Yeah, it's difficult. It is hard. However, it is the best job in the world, and we don't always know what the triggers are or what the context is for that behaviour. Although it may appear that it is aimed at you, it nearly always is not. It's just for a reaction to get away from learning, to get away from the session. And I would urge you to follow that link at the bottom, which shows in full the clip where he outlines these three principles. There are some swears, so you might want to do it with headphones or not at work. But there, for me, they're the guiding principles. Now, what does that look like in a classroom in practice? Now, these fundamentals, these strategies taken from Jim Robison's book, The Discipline Code. So it's a cyclical set of principles, you know, that we consistently need to follow. So first of all, what they see, the perception, or what goes into the sort of the planning of that session. Greet them at the door, smile, be happy. They will feed from your mood, from your attitude. If we are happy, if we are excited about the session, they hopefully will be as well. Ask a question, compliment them on the way in. Say, how's your day been? As Lou's already said, with the safe spaces. As we're doing that, we need to make sure that we are fully communicating our message. What's your body language like? Again, have you got a big smile on your face? Are you stood at the front with your arms crossed? Get involved and get in what I call the disco space, which I'll give you a few more details on in a second. Make sure that what you were talking about is relevant. And I can't say this enough, be excited. The amount of times when I was a secondary school teacher where I hear teachers say, we're going to do Shakespeare, I'm really sorry. Why are you sorry? It isn't a job for you if you don't like doing it. I love it. I love teaching English. Absolutely adore it. And I make sure that that is communicated. And even when I'm having a bad day, just fake it. Be happy. They will follow that. Next steps for me, set the expectations. So make sure that everybody in that room knows what is okay and what is not okay. Follow up anything that you say you are going to do. So if you say you're going to do it, if you say you're going to speak to a parent, a tutor for reward or sanction, do it. And set the rules together for me. Start of the year. What's acceptable in this room? What's unacceptable in this room? Set them, write them, put them somewhere, put them anywhere, and make sure that the students know them. And the empathy bit. Probably the most powerful bit of advice I've ever had on behaviour management. It was a student who came in without a pen or something along those lines. Was a bit late. And it was like the 15th time in a row. It was weird outside. Like, why are you doing this? And he just exploded on me. And I was told by one of his tutors that that's the 4th or 5th time he's had that today. And he's got this going on at home. So investigate. We teach and we treat each lesson whereas we can as a sort of individual block of time. So we don't carry forward those sort of behaviours and we make sure there's that connection to the future, not the past. So if they've performed or had challenging behaviour in the past, we still expect the best in the next lesson. All right. And fail to prepare and prepare to fail. So as I say, the discourse space, the feng shui, I'm jokingly going to call it, is the room set out how you want it set out? Now, it's really, really difficult sometimes in FE where a lot of us don't have our own rooms. So if that's the case, get the students to do it. First couple of minutes, can you come in and just move that table there, move that table there? Get them energized, get them sort of ready to learn, and then they'll actually be up for it when they've done that little bit. There'll be a bit of resistance, just push on through and get involved yourself. Don't be afraid to move the furniture. And by discourse space, what I mean is make sure there are no areas that are blocked off to you. So make sure you've got 2 or 3 spaces, I like to have, where you can stand and deliver the lesson. So the front is an obvious one. And I would also say somewhere in the middle of the room and somewhere in the back of the room so you can move around. Challenging behaviour is minimised massively if students don't know where you are. It is difficult to hide a phone from view if you cannot see where the lecturer is. Again, greet everybody at the door. Ask them something personally important. How was the football? How was your weekend? Have you bought that car yet? How's your driving lessons going? Just anything. Show that you care. Seating plan is a tough one because students at times will not want to follow it. So a really simple way to get them to follow it is beat them there if you can. If you can't, just let them wait outside for a minute. Go in, put the books out where you want them to sit. You're already saying to them subliminally sort of, this is my space, this is my classroom. You're going to do the things that I'm asking you to do and you're going to sit where I want you to sit. And have something for everybody to do. So whether that be giving out books or equipment, whether that be a differentiated challenge, whether that is feedback from previous lessons, any form of routine so they know what roughly to do when they get there. If you don't give them something to do, they will find something to do. And I guarantee you that it will not independently be English or maths. It will be on a phone. It will be with a friend. It will be something that is intended to irritate. So have something for them to do when you get there. And probably the biggest sort of, I don't deal in silver bullets, but this is close. Get a clicker. It's 25 quid. It's not ideal. Most departments will have that money, but it will sort you right out in terms of students being aware of your presence. Again, if they don't know where you are, it's difficult to do those irritating little behaviours, the doodling, the on the phone, having a little conversation. And in terms of those starters and having something ready, I'm not going to go through each one of these because there's loads of them, but really, really quick starter. Identify the odd one out, get them talking, write it in the books. Don't write it in the books. It's fine. Get them chatting about it. Which picture best sums up how you're feeling? If it can be any image, which one and why? Have that conversation that gets them engaged, and then you've got them. You've got the hook. Couple of very quick ones. Scrabble. We all know how to do that. Back of the book, crack the code, and you can change this code for every lesson. So 5, as we see there, we go to 5 is E. They will sit in silence for a couple of minutes and try and track this and try and crack this code. Get them to do it in pairs. And then the answers to that, English is just the best. It is. Deal with it. Can you guess what it is yet? So 10,000 times microscope, household objects, zoomed in. What is it? Again, discussion. And if you want to make sure that they are working towards that, make sure you've got your timer on there. And thankfully, I've got them on this set of slides, so you can take them away with you. So if we're wondering, Velcro, a banana, orange juice, and a pencil lead under a massive massive microscope. Get technology involved. Again, another starter. What messages are being pervaded, getting across without actually saying them. And probably my favourite starter of all time. You've had a plane crash. You wake up with these 10 items on the island. Put them in order of importance. Get them to do that for 2 or 3 minutes, and then you add a bit more information. So the compass, well, what use is that if you don't know where you are? Same with a map. The gun has no bullets, and then get them to reorder it. As I say, with the timers, I stole these. I have got the reference in there from a6training.co.uk, which is just down the bottom. It allows you to really, really simply make sure that you're on track, they're on track, and you don't go over time, which, as Sammy will tell you, is something that I've got a real problem with, which is why I'm doing this at 10,000 miles per hour. I will say that these don't work, obviously, when you freeze your screen, don't work also when you come out of PowerPoint presentation view. So if you want them to work, keep them there. They've all got little sound effects when they go as well, as you may have been able to hear. So dead simple strategies. Wait for silence before you perform. Teaching is a job where performance is a lot of it. You might be in a horrific mood. Your car might have just exploded on the A19 or whatever, and you've got to go in and you've got to smile and you've got to be happy. So make sure that they are listening when you do that. If you're in the theatre, you would not act out your part if people were sat chatting. So don't do it here. Take your time. Clarity of instruction is absolutely vital. Tell them what to do, how to do it, model where you can, give them the expectations. It's going to take you 3 minutes. You're going to do this in those 3 minutes. You're going to do it with these people. You're going to write the answer in your book. I want you to wait till I've told you to go. Can anybody give me an example before you do that? And make sure that everybody knows what they're doing, how they're doing it, when they're doing it. Something that will help you not just with in the classroom, but also with partners, family, and their children. Say thank you and please, but when you're giving an instruction, put thank you at the end. Please sort of subliminally tells us that there's a possibility you could say no. You don't want them to say no. So can you give the books out? Thank you, and just walk off. Questionnaire. We use roughly 300 to 400 questions per day, would you believe? So use them wisely and differentiate them. Make sure that they are aimed for people to be independently thinking and giving independent and sort of new and fresh answers. Don't give those closed questions really quick. And then again, we'll find something else to do. And a big thing for me, students will meet your expectations, whether they are high or low. The big argument about seating plans and differentiation. Do we put all the sort of low achieving students on one table? I like to call that jokingly the hippo table. If you put a student on a hippo table, they don't know what level that's at. If you look left and somebody's eating the glue, and you look right and somebody's eating their own pencil, they know at what level you have put them. The ETF tells us that in terms of setting within sessions and also within cohorts, if you do it, students in the lower achieving sets will lose out on about roughly 2 years of education or 2 years of achievement. Whereas if you fully mix the sets, the top ability will only lose out on a couple of months. So make sure we have that full broad mix as well. And last couple of bits. This is the one for me. If they're not behaving, if they're not doing what you want them to do, not meeting those expectations, what do? This is the chain of steps for me. So wait, give them the look. I think my mother perfected the look. When I'd done something wrong, I got the glaring eyes. Give them the eyes. If they're still doing it, you move in to their level. Do not stand over them. It is enormously aggressive, whether we like it or not. So get down to their level, haunch down, get on your knees if you can. Ask if they're all right. Might just be a case they don't know what to do and they're too embarrassed to ask. Always have those expectations. Give them the benefit of the doubt. If they are okay, if they know what they're doing, quick, clear instruction. This is what I want you to do. This is how I want you to do it. This is what your time frame is. So you set your expectation. Is that okay? Do you understand that? Yes or no? If no, say it again. If yes, cracking. And move away. Don't have an argument. Don't get drawn in. Just move away and give them opportunities to improve. Give them time to do the thing that you said. The thing that you told them to do. Give them time to do it. And rewards in the final couple of minutes. So again, I would say be discreet. Some students will want the award, the plaque, the handshake in front of their own cohort. Some won't. Some will just want a simple phone call. Find out what they want. They don't want embarrassing, but some do want to be shouted from the treetops. Postcard will do it. Goes home, it's discreet. Nobody needs to know about it, but parents find out, and that's really important and really valuable. Phone call will do the same job. Stickers and stationery. You'd be shocked how many students, where you say you've done really well. How do you know you've done really well? Because I've got a massive frog sticker at the bottom of my work. and it does a job. It really does. It's little, but it shows you care and you appreciate it. Quick chat outside, before, after the lesson, and an email to a favourite teacher or tutor. And sanctions, same stuff. So I'm got long left. Look at that time in there. Sammy's going to be so proud of us. The book's available. It's on Amazon. It's on Waterstones. Get out and have a look. Thank you to Newcastle College for letting me do these events. You can find us on Twitter, Jonny Kay Teacher. The references are there. As with all of these resources, will be available in the next set of emails. And then very last but not least, we have GCSE Pod coming up to do a fantastical, sensational presentation on their truly wonderful resource. It is a fantastic resource. There are other bits out there. I feel it brings a lot of the elements that we need absolutely as vital components together. And that's me, I think, before I get the cane around the neck and hooked off stage.
Okay, so now we've got GCSE Pod. Over to you, Natalie.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to talk to you today about our brand new content for functional skills. So my name's Natalie Jones, just to introduce myself, and I'm a business development executive at a GCSE Pod. So just to give you a bit of background for those of you who don't know about GCSE Pod, we are an education publisher based in Newcastle upon Tyne. You probably recognise the accent. Everybody always picks up on it straight away, no matter how much I try to tone it down. And our content that we provide is we create 3 to 5 minute videos called pods, which are mapped to the curriculum and mapped to exam boards. But as well as creating this content in the form of pods, we also create assessments. And so we offer independent, formative and summative assessments. The platform is accessible on any device, which is a massive plus for students who are, let's face it, living on their phones all the time, and they can access GCSE Pod via an internet browser or an app. So phones, laptops, iPads, you name it, they can access it from there. We also offer single sign-on functionality with things like Teams, Google, Frog, Moodle, and more. And this is basically allowing your students to access a platform without having to put a username and password in, which is probably music to your ears, because let's face it, nobody likes students coming to them saying, I can't log on, I've forgotten my password. And so it just makes the whole process a lot more seamless and a lot more easy to use. As well as all of this, we have an amazing pod-up team who provide top-class support and training, and we will take you from the beginning through everything that GCSE Pod can offer and how you can implement it in college. We'd also run CPD sessions for you and department sessions, anything you need really. We're on hand to support and make sure that you are getting the most out of GCSE Pod and you're not sort of just left to your own devices and any new content, which is what I'm going to talk about now. So functional skills is a new area for us. We're really excited about it, and we have created lots of content for it. I'm going to take you through the sort of learner journey today so you can see in what order they're going to be able to access this content and how it's going to work for them. So first of all, we've created a baseline assessment, and I'm going to go through I'll expand on all of these. I'm not just going to give you this tiny bit of information and move on, but we've created an amazing baseline assessment which will generate an independent learning path for your students to follow, and that's going to be based on their knowledge gaps. We've created over 400 pods. So those are the 3 to 5 minute videos I mentioned, which cover content across all of the components in maths and English, and that goes from entry level 3 all the way to level 2. As well as that, we have created over 1,500 check and challenge questions for your learners to test their knowledge. And again, that's across all of the levels, so from entry level 3 up to level 2 and for maths and English. And if you're wondering what check and challenge is, it's one of our assessment tools, and I'm going to go into that in a bit more detail in a second. As well as this, we've also got assignments that you can set your students, and in particular, we've got exam style practice papers, which will be really useful for you to support your students in practicing what they're learning using GCSE Pod. And we've created these in the style of Pearson and City and Guilds, and you can really easily assign those via the platform. So for those of you who haven't used GCSE Pod before, all staff will get a login, and then all students will have a login, and you'll be able to share links to pods and assessments through the platform, and Teams, Moodle, and things like that. So let's start with baseline assessment. What is the baseline assessment? It's a diagnostic test, and it's going to determine how each of your learners moves through their functional skills course with GCSE Pod. So you will identify what level they're at. So you'll identify if they're entry level 3, level 1, or level 2, and then you will put them through the baseline assessment, and that will help to form their learning path. So based on the learner's results, it will prioritize those areas that need the most work. And just to give you a bit of an overview of what that looks like, the test will take around 30 minutes based on the average learner. We've got one assessment for each level, and then obviously each subject, and each of the questions covers multiple criteria, and each of them is assessed twice throughout the assessment, and also at varying difficulty. How does it work? We've got an example of a question here, and you can see the criterion that it's testing this question. The way that it works is each of the questions are mapped to the relevant course criteria, and then together they cover all of the assessed elements of the course. And once the learner has completed the assessment, the system will measure how many questions answered correctly or incorrectly for each criterion. And this information forms the basis of the independent learning plan. Who wrote the questions? Well, all of the questions have been written by functional skills experts, and they've undergone a rigorous quality assurance process, like all of the content at GCSE Pod does. We've also included, things like images, PDFs of text and audio clips to make the questions as varied as possible and accessible as possible, and to make sure that all of the key skills are assessed. And I've got an example of an audio question here, which I'm going to attempt to play. Hopefully it's going to work.
Thanks for coming to the meeting. The first point on the agenda is to give you some good news. We're opening a small canteen, so you'll no longer...
So that was just a little clip of the audio. So I'm going to play a few bits of audio throughout, but because I'm in a limited time slot, I don't want to play the whole thing, but just to give you an idea of the kind of audio clips that will be in those questions. And like I say, there's imagery and there's lots of different types of media in there to keep your students engaged. You'll see here that it's also referencing the criterion that relates to. So thinking about what your learner will see when they log on to GCSE Pod for the first time. So they'll have the opportunity to browse pods, and they will go to the level that is relevant for them. So if, say, they go to functional skills entry level 3 and they click into it, this is what they'll see. They'll see a little welcome message, and I'll just expand this so you can see it. It's tiny. This says, "Welcome to functional skills. We need to identify what you know." So this assessment will test what you know and create your learning plan. So we've identified already prior to the baseline assessment what level they're at, and this is going to narrow it down even further and tell them the order in which they should be looking at the content and learning based on their strongest areas. So this is an example of one of the questions. So I'll just give you a second to read that. I'm not going to read it out for you. Bit distracting, but you can see that it's multiple choice and the system marks it automatically. There's also the option for students to click show all. So I think there's nothing worse than when you're completing an assessment and you don't know how many questions are in that assessment, and it just feels like it's never ending. So we've added this option so that your students can see how many questions are in there. There's roughly 28 questions in each of them, so they're not massive and they're not intended to take up much of the time. You know, like I say, on average 30 minutes or so is the expected time. This is what they'll see once they've completed the assessment. So it will give them their overall average score. If the score is above 40%, we actually rank rate these so that they can see, you know, really clearly which are their weakest areas, which areas they do really well in. If it's under 40%, we don't want to dishearten any students, you know, by making it all red. So we just make it all blue. So just in case you were wondering that. You can see it's clearly identifying the strong areas and go to their learning plan, which I'm going to show you in a second. But there's one more thing I wanted to show you, which is the progress. So that will come in a second. You can see that when you click to go onto the learning plan, it gives you the steps. So it gives you the components in English. You've got writing, speaking and listening and communicating, and then reading, and it's telling you which one they should go for first. So writing, they only achieved 9% in the baseline assessment, and they got 1 out of 11 questions right. So they can see clearly why this is the first step, and why they should be going in this order. So step 3 is where they're doing the best, and they've done the best in the assessment. They can redo the baseline assessment as many times as they want, and then they can check their progress as well, because we understand that, you know, things will change dramatically as they start learning and as they go through the course, and they'll want to see if they've made any progress. And so to look at their progress, they'll be able to click a button, which will take them and show them that. I'll show you that image in a second, but just to give you an idea of what happens when they click into one of the steps, it breaks it down again. So again, you've got step 1 to step 6. It's a bit more broken down, and it's taken them through which areas they should focus on first. It gives that percentage and the marks as well. So this is what I was talking about when I mentioned looking at your progress. So as a student, you know, you want to see if you're improving, you want to see your, you know, an overview of all of your attempts and then the latest attempt. So you can always look at the latest attempt, and then you can see all of your attempts in one go. And so they also have the option from this screen to retake the assessment. So we're being completely transparent with them, and you will also be able to access this information as a tutor as well. You know, you want to be able to measure their progress too, and so you will be able to access all of this information per baseline assessment, and then you'll be able to export that however you want to save that data. So there'll be full transparency across both students and tutors. So the next thing I want to show you is an example of a pod. So I've got an example of a maths pod and an English pod. Didn't want to choose one or the other. So I'm going to play about a minute of each, just so you can get an idea of what they look like.
In this pod, we'll look at working with common fractions and mixed numbers.
Nurses and medical staff use various charts and graphs as a part of their daily work, and this often involves working with fractions and decimals.
I have to record how much fluid a patient drinks during the day. All the fluid, usually water, is measured out. So if a patient has drunk a quarter of the amount they've been given, I have to be able to work out how much this is or read it off the scale on the cup.
Fractions are also used in many areas of everyday life, such as cooking, measuring time, or keeping fit. A fraction tells you what part you have of a whole. Some of the most common fractions are half, a third, 1/4, 1/5, 1/8, 1/10, and 1/100th. We can see their relative size in a fraction wall.
We can, of course, have larger fractions of a whole.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the English pod. This one is writing to communicate.
In this pod, we'll look at how to write clearly to share information, news, or ideas. For entry level 3, your writing will need to suit who you're writing for and why, but you'll always need to be able to communicate the information, ideas, and opinions clearly. So let's think of some ways we can do this.
First, consider who you'll be connecting with through your writing and why. What kind of language will your reader be expecting? Formal or informal? Does the purpose of your writing need to be factual or include opinions? Think about this before you start and make a few notes to remind yourself.
It's best to keep your writing as clear as possible. Remember that someone else will be reading it, and they need to understand the ideas you've written. While it's great to use a range of vocabulary to make your writing more...
Okay, so I'll stop that one there. Hopefully that gave you a good overview of what each of the pods will look like in each subject. You can see that audio visual, so we combine imagery and keywords to engage the learner, and we pride ourselves on making these videos engaging and super short so that they're short, sharp bursts of learning. We don't want them to sit there and watch a 1 hour long video and switch off. So these have all been designed to be sort of like mini lessons in the form of a pod. So I did mention that we have assessment tools as well. And so I'm going to talk about Check and Challenge first of all. Check and Challenge is independently accessed by learners, or your tutors can direct learners via links. So each of the challenges are available when the learner navigates to a pod through their learning plan, and they can complete this assessment by themselves, or you can share a link if you want. So if you want to use, if you want to take advantage of that single sign-on functionality with Teams, for example, you might want to share a link to a Check and Challenge through Teams, and they can simply click the challenge and it will take them to those questions without asking for a password or anything. So really easy for you to share them if you want to direct them to it, but also it's equally easy for them to access it by themselves as part of independent learning, or as part of if they're revising or just working from home. It acts like a personal tutor. So the brilliant thing about Check and Challenge is that it provides scaffolded support for the learner. And it does that by providing instant feedback after each question. So you can see here an example of that feedback. 2 attempts are permitted for each question, and they also have the opportunity to ask for hints, and they can even go back and watch the pod as well. So there's loads of support here for them. We're really encouraging them to try and answer the questions to the best of their ability, but then ask for help when needed. And what's great about this is that everything is recorded, so you can report on this, and not only does it tell you when they've asked for hints, how many attempts it took them to get a question right, but it also identifies knowledge gaps and common misconceptions for an individual student, but also across the class. And so I've got an example of what that reporting looks like here. So you can see there's a mark book at the bottom here, and there's a few different tabs that you can look at. The one that we're looking at is question details. So this is analysing the whole class, and we're looking at the student response breakdown. What's great about this is it identifies the most common incorrect answer, so the most common distractor, and it will tell you what that answer was, and it will also tell you if that is linking to a common misconception. So you can also use this RAG weighted bar here to see which of the questions were answered the best across the class and which ones you should be more concerned about. And there's a key at the bottom here to explain what these colours mean. So green being the questions that they got right on the first attempt, amber the ones that they got right on the second attempt, and red the ones they got incorrect. And so really useful reporting that can be exported and really easily accessed on GCSE Pod. Finally, I wanted to talk about exam style assignments. Now, I could talk about the whole assignments feature and I could be here for ages. There's so much that you can do, but because we're short on time, I'm not going to go into every single element of it, and I'm going to focus on exam style assignments, which are pretty new to GCSE Pod. We created these assignments to make them ready to use, and so that you didn't have to do any work. And they're written in the style of exam boards such as Pearson and City and Guilds. This is just a quick screenshot to show you what it looks like when you're selecting your assignment on the website. So there's a toggle to show you which ones are exam style, and you can simply tick which assignment you want, and then it puts it into a template for you. So it's really easy to use. The questions are more representative of questions that learners will see in the real exam papers. So we do have lots of other templates on our assignments with shorter questions. These questions in the exam style assessments have been specifically written to be in the style of what they'll see in the paper. You can set a deadline and time frame in which you want the learner to complete the assignment on GCSE Pod. So you can be really, really specific. You can say, you want them to start at 12 o'clock and finish at 1 o'clock, and nobody can access it outside of that time. And you can also make it open if you want as well. So you've got loads of flexibility in how you set these, and also how you release the results to the students as well, whether you do it one by one or if you just set it to them all at once. We do provide mark schemes and indicative content with the exam style assignments, and this helps to support the marking that you'll need to do as part of them. However, I must say, at least half of the questions I would say are multiple choice, and so they're automatically marked for you anyway. But just to let you know that you do have that support and mark schemes to support you when you do come to mark. This is an example of one of the questions. You can see this one is a multiple choice question, and we're asking the learner to choose one of the options below to describe Asim's viewpoint in document 2. And so this is looking at a document, and if I go to another question, you can see how easy it is for the student to toggle between both of the documents here, and then they simply type their answer in here. The answers are automatically saved as they go, so they don't need to worry about losing any work. If the internet goes down, I know that's quite a common occurrence in different colleges, and well, anywhere really. Even for me, my internet's constantly going down, so it's reassuring to know that their questions will be saved, and it's really clear to them how many questions they have. Again, we're giving them full transparency so they know how many questions they'll be completing in their assessment, and it's not just sort of going on and on and on, and they don't know when it's going to end. So I hope that gave you a good overview of what that type of assignment will look like. We do have the ability for you to create your own assignments from scratch. We've got other templates that you can mix and match. You can create different assignment questions using audio. You can upload your own questions. You can access our question bank and use other questions that teachers have submitted. There's loads that you can do, but I haven't had time to go through all of that today. If you do want to learn any more, please contact Ian Rowe at GCSE Pod. So I've just popped his email address on there, and we'll be able to arrange that. And I hope you've enjoyed that. Thank you for watching, and yeah, that is me.
Oh, that was great, Natalie. Thank you. I think there was Ian in the chat, and he was saying what free resources, as a supply to colleges, what free resources could we provide at GCSE Pod that would help you motivate your learners, and then tag them. But I just wonder from you, Natalie, how has it looked from your point of view for when teachers have suggested improvements? What have GCSE Pod done with those?
So we take, feedback from colleges really, really seriously, not only colleges, but everybody that we work with, and it shapes how we grow as a company and the direction that we go in, because we want to make everybody's life easier. We want to give them what they want. And so it's imperative that feedback that we get when we're embedding new functionality, when we're looking at what direction we want to go in. So I make a point of, any time I speak to colleges, and I do speak to quite a lot of colleges, if they tell me that they want something, I will go to our developers, and they're so responsive. We've built functionality into our assignments feature, for example, to allow colleges to create open assignments where they can add learners on at a later date, because we know how often learners will come and go at colleges. And so really, really responsive to any feedback that we get. And we try to create as many resources so that we're taking the hard work away from teachers as possible. It's super important to us that we don't add to the workload of those teachers. We know that teacher workload is really high, and we don't want to add to that. So we try and make everything easy to use and ready for them to set to their learners. I hope that has answered your
yeah,
question.
no, definitely. It's my experience too. I was part of the team that brought it into Leeds, so I'm very familiar with it. And yeah, we certainly found it very responsive. But huge thank you for joining us today, Natalie, and a huge thank you to GCSE Pod for sponsoring the day, because without the sponsors, the day just wouldn't have happened. So thank you for being on board, Natalie.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right, Natalie. So we are going to go to lunch now. I know we've given you a lunch break. How kind are we? We're going to go to lunch now. We will be back at 12:30. Coming up this afternoon in like a top of the pop style at 12:30, you've got me. I'm doing my Power of Gift session. So if you've not seen my Power of Gift session live, that's coming up later on this afternoon for you, straight after your lunch break. After then, we've got Dr Lou Mycroft coming back, and she's going to be talking to us about prioritising our workload. Then we're going to hear from another sponsor, Pupil Progress. Today, I'm super excited to hear about them. They're new to me, so I'm excited about that. Then we've got Jonny again. I know we couldn't shake him. He's come back again, but he seemed to be really popular last time. So we'll get Jonny to come back again, and his timings were immaculate. Stuff of legend, that guy and his timings. Then we're going to hear from another sponsor, and then we're going to bring Lou back to do an introduction to coaching for us as well, something that's super important and I think shows a shift in the sector of where things are going forward. While you're on your lunch break, please do join us on FE Connect, and you can join us by adding yourself to a directory of absolutely wonderful human beings, and it's a directory that we're trying to build on FE Connect. We're trying to build, if you're in FE, and we mean FE, we don't just mean colleges, we mean everyone in FE. If you're in FE, we want to build a network so that people can connect with you. What hashtags, what subjects, and you can filter out. So you can find someone who's an expert in public services. They might have a blog that you might want to go read. So do please join us on FE Connect today. So I will bid you farewell. We're going to have a very quick lunch break back at 12:30, and it's me with Meaningful EdTech. We'll see you all then.
There's lots of options when it comes to English qualifications, and choosing what's right for your learners can be a challenge. Functional Skills English qualifications are an excellent choice for your curriculum, available from entry level to level 2. They give your learners a fantastic foundation for progression into employment or further education, as well as teaching them English skills that are useful and easily transferable to everyday life. Outcomes range from verbal communication in a range of contexts to writing texts of varying complexity, and learners applying their understanding of language to suit audience and purpose. All levels of Functional Skills English comprise of reading, writing, and speaking, listening, and communication components. These components allow for learners to have a well-rounded level of understanding for the different aspects of the subject. When you offer any of our functional skills qualifications, you'll gain access to fantastic benefits and exceptional support, including a 6-working-day turnaround for online assessment results, a free resit option, and an exclusive discount to e-learning platform Skills Forward. Help build your learners' knowledge and confidence in English with NCFE Functional Skills Qualifications.
Viruses each only attack specific cells. So, for example, a virus like tomato spotted wilt virus attacks tomato plants and won't infect the cells of an animal. Swine flu is a viral disease that infects pigs worldwide but is rarely passed on to humans. And even if transmission happens, it doesn't always cause an infection.
Viruses have certain shaped molecules on their protein coat, which means they can only lock onto certain cells which have the right shaped receptors on their surfaces.
We are Joy FM. Keep the conversation going. Join us live via the Podbean app, wherever you get your podcasts after the show, at joyfm.co.uk, and on Twitter, we are Joy FM. Everyone in education.
There are more than 70 million G Suite for Education users out there. If you're one of them, it's time to discover the whole family of easy-to-use EdTech solutions from TextHelp. Our friendly tools are made to help all your students read, write, solve problems, collaborate, and express themselves with confidence. What's more, they let educators deliver a more personalized learning experience that complements all technology strategies and learning plans. Integrating seamlessly with Google Chrome, Drive, and Classroom, our EdTech solutions are a great fit for all learning styles, subjects, and abilities. And they're super easy for IT staff to deploy and manage, from individual learners to entire classes, schools, or districts. Let's take a look. With millions of users worldwide, Read and Write gives everyone a valuable literacy boost. It supports students with learning difficulties like dyslexia with word recognition and comprehension. It helps English language learners find the right words. And its powerful research and proofing tools give extra polish to your ableist kids' written work in class, at home, and in assessments. Adding on Snapverter to Read and Write allows students and teachers to turn virtually any classroom paper or file into a usable, accessible document for sharing in Google Drive. Students who are lacking literacy confidence can practice reading passages aloud in their own time and at their own pace with Fluency Tutor. Write, speak, or type formulas and other expressions with Equatio, making math digital and accessible for all your STEM students. And now, teachers can measure and track every student's writing attainment level and progress with WriteQ. At TextHelp, we're proud Google for Education partners, and that means we're always enhancing our products with the latest G Suite for Education resources. Give them a try for free and find out how we're helping improve academic engagement and outcomes for millions of students every single day.
We know there's lots of options when it comes to maths qualifications. And choosing what's right for your learners can be a challenge. Functional Skills Maths qualifications are an excellent choice for your curriculum, available from entry level to level 2. They give your learners a fantastic foundation for progression into employment or further education, as well as teaching them math skills that are useful and easily transferable to everyday life. Outcomes range from focusing on building learner confidence with fundamental maths, to applying their knowledge to solve realistic problems, and helping learners develop an appreciation for the role maths plays in the wider world of work and life. All levels of Functional Skills Maths have a calculator and non-calculator section, as well as using numbers and the number system, using common measures, shape and space, and handling information and data. When you offer any of our Functional Skills qualifications, you'll gain access to fantastic benefits and exceptional support, including a 6 working day turnaround for online assessment results, a free resit option, and an exclusive discount to e-learning platform Skills Forward. Help build your learners' knowledge and confidence in maths with NCFE Functional Skills qualifications.
So what we have created are trackers that will calculate the grade exactly as the exam board calculates the grade to take away all that heavy lifting from you. Everything is calculated using grade boundaries from the very latest exam series. You can also select and also adjust with a percentage challenge before updating your tracker. Using Katniss Everdeen as an example, you can see that she has a target grade of a 7, currently working at a 6. For her to achieve that 7, she needs 7 more marks. Really useful information when strategically planning future lessons. It is incredibly easy to add multiple past papers to your tracker. You can, of course, add end of topic test or adjusted mocks. You can even tag each question of this adjusted mock against the relevant AOs so that it informs how students are doing in those key assessment objectives. When you open your tracker and add data, you can see it starts to feed into that topic summary area live. We also have an individual student report that collates all of the key information and presents it in one easy to read document. This is really powerful for students, parents and teachers so they can see exactly what grade students are working at and most importantly how they can move forward. As with our English trackers, our maths trackers also allow you to add multiple end of topic tests, but they also allow you to add past papers at question level analysis that pull through to a topic summary area. If you are looking to trial Pupil Progress, all you need to do is visit pupilprogress.com, click on the create account icon and you'll be able to access it through a simple registration process.
We know there's lots of options when it comes to maths qualifications, and choosing what's right for your learners can be a challenge. Functional Skills Maths Qualifications are an excellent choice for your curriculum, available from entry level to level 2. They give your learners a fantastic foundation for progression into employment or further education, as well as teaching them math skills that are useful and easily transferable to everyday life. Outcomes range from focusing on building learner confidence with fundamental maths, to applying their knowledge to solve realistic problems, and helping learners develop an appreciation for the role maths plays in the wider world of work and life. All levels of functional skills maths have a calculator and non-calculator section, as well as using numbers and the number system, using common measures, shape and space, and handling information and data. When you offer any of our functional skills qualifications, you'll gain access to fantastic benefits and exceptional support, including a 6 working day turnaround for online assessment results, a free resit option, and an exclusive discount to e-learning platform Skills Forward. Help build your learners' knowledge and confidence in maths with NCFE Functional Skills Qualifications.
Viruses each only attack specific cells. So, for example, a virus like tomato spotted wilt virus attacks tomato plants and won't infect the cells of an animal. Swine flu is a viral disease that infects pigs worldwide but is rarely passed on to humans. And even if transmission happens, it doesn't always cause an infection.
Viruses have certain shaped molecules on their protein coat, which means they can only lock onto certain cells which have the right shaped receptors on their surfaces.
We are Joy FM. Keep the conversation going. Join us live via the Podbean app, wherever you get your podcasts after the show, at joyfm.co.uk, and on Twitter, we are Joy FM. Everyone in education.
There are more than 70 million G Suite for Education users out there. If you're one of them, it's time to discover the whole family of easy-to-use EdTech solutions from TextHelp. Our friendly tools are made to help all your students read, write, solve problems, collaborate, and express themselves with confidence. What's more, they let educators deliver a more personalized learning experience that complements all technology strategies and learning plans. Integrating seamlessly with Google Chrome, Drive, and Classroom, our EdTech solutions are a great fit for all learning styles, subjects, and abilities. And they're super easy for IT staff to deploy and manage, from individual learners to entire classes, schools, or districts. Let's take a look. With millions of users worldwide, Read and Write gives everyone a valuable literacy boost. It supports students with learning difficulties like dyslexia with word recognition and comprehension. It helps English language learners find the right words. And its powerful research and proofing tools give extra polish to your ableist kids' written work in class, at home, and in assessments. Adding on Snapverter to Read and Write allows students and teachers to turn virtually any classroom paper or file into a usable, accessible document for sharing in Google Drive. Students who are lacking literacy confidence can practice reading passages aloud in their own time and at their own pace with Fluency Tutor. Write, speak, or type formulas and other expressions with Equatio, making math digital and accessible for all your STEM students. And now, teachers can measure and track every student's writing attainment level and progress with WriteQ. At TextHelp, we're proud Google for Education partners, and that means we're always enhancing our products with the latest G Suite for Education resources. Give them a try for free and find out how we're helping improve academic engagement and outcomes for millions of students every single day.
So what we have created are trackers that will calculate the grade exactly as the exam board calculates the grade to take away all that heavy lifting from you. Everything is calculated using grade boundaries from the very latest exam series. You can also select and also adjust with a percentage challenge before updating your tracker. Using Katniss Everdeen as an example, you can see that she has a target grade of a 7, currently working at a 6. For her to achieve that 7, she needs 7 more marks. Really useful information when strategically planning future lessons. It is incredibly easy to add multiple past papers to your tracker. You can, of course, add end of topic test or adjusted mocks. You can even tag each question of this adjusted mock against the relevant AOs so that it informs how students are doing in those key assessment objectives. When you open your tracker and add data, you can see it starts to feed into that topic summary area live. We also have an individual student report that collates all of the key information and presents it in one easy to read document. This is really powerful for students, parents and teachers so they can see exactly what grade students are working at and most importantly how they can move forward. As with our English trackers, our maths trackers also allow you to add multiple end of topic tests. They also allow you to add past papers at question level analysis that pull through to a topic summary area. If you are looking to trial pupil progress, all you need to do is visit pupilprogress.com, click on the create account icon and you'll be able to access it through a simple registration process.
We are Joy FM. Keep the conversation going. Join us live via the Podbean app, wherever you get your podcasts after the show, at joyfm.co.uk, and on Twitter, we are Joy FM. Everyone in education.
Oh, and I've been muted. There we go. Welcome back. We are back. We're live with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is my session on meaningful EdTech. Not subject specific. This is just meaningful EdTech. It does have an English and maths focus because maths is my background and that's what we're here to do. But I'd like to think if you're watching today and English maths isn't your subject, this might be useful for you. It also has my Power of GIF session in as well. So if you've not seen that before, I'm hoping there's something in there for you. So this session is brought to you by our sponsor, Pupil Progress, and we are hugely grateful for our sponsors. You'll hear from Pupil Progress shortly this afternoon. And without the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put this event on for you today. So thank you to them. So I'm going to start with my top tips. So you can almost switch off after this point. First one, is it web-based? Every time I'm looking at something, a tool, an app, anything like that, is it web-based? And when I'm looking, is it web-based? I'm looking for, can you use it on your mobile phone? I want it to be accessible for everyone. So we start with inclusivity from the beginning. We look at what can we do to make our resources accessible to everyone to level the playing field from the beginning. And then I always think about SAMR. You might think about TPAC. It doesn't really matter what you think about, but think about a model. And we'll dive into SAMR shortly. And ultimately, my ultimate question, why is this way better than pen and paper? Why is this technology you're trying to use better than the pen and paper that you would traditionally use in this subject or in this topic? So this is the SAMR model. Now you might be used to seeing it with like a blue image and it goes SAMR that way around. And I've purposely chosen this one to show you that it's not a ladder. It's not something we're trying to scale through. We're not trying to go through these stages. We're not going from substitution to augmentation, then modification, then redefinition. That's not what we're doing. My friend Nick Hart, More Ideas the Merrier on Twitter, always says, right tool, right job. So you've got to think, what is the tool that you're using, and is it right for the job that you're doing? So substitution. The technology is directly substituting something that we would do in the class. And I want you to think about the pulse checks that you might take in your class. You might say, are we ready to move on? You might even ask them to give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down if they're ready to move on. You might give an assessment question and ask, if you can do that, we'll move on to the next section. If you can't, we'll stay where we are. You're the teacher, you're the expert, you know what works in your classroom. What we can do with technology is we can augment that task. We can not only substitute it by using a Mentimeter or a polling system, a Slido, something like that, but we also get that data to take away with us because we're augmenting it. It's giving us a functional improvement. Those decisions that we made in class, those stop, start, continue decisions that we were making in response to our students in class, we can augment that task with technology because we can take that information with us and we can use it to reflect post-lesson as well. And that's where technology starts to come into its own. That's augmenting that traditional, are you ready to move on? Because we're able to then reflect post-lesson as well as within the lesson. Modification is when we recreate tasks, something that we couldn't previously do with a pen and paper or face-to-face or without technology, we can now do. And the redefinition for me is ringing up off qual and asking for new qual. So I'm not quite finding anything that's redefinition at the minute. But there are different stages in between: substitution, augmentation, and modification. There is no right stage, there is no wrong stage. It's the right tool for the right job. What is it you're trying to achieve, and how is it better than pen and paper? It's quite a hefty quote, this, and it is from 2017, but it's one of my favourite pieces. And again, you will get all the resources from today. Everything about today will be available at the end of the day. In a study here, online tasks were primarily passive, reading PowerPoints, offered limited incentives. Interactive tasks, which scaffold knowledge and offer the chance to test, were valued highly by students. We want to be in that space. We want to be interactive with them. We don't want passive. What I'm doing now with you is quite passive. You're sat watching me, and I apologise for that, but I couldn't think of a better way to do it. But I want you to be interactive. So that's why we've got the chat. So we're slightly augmenting the task and moving it slightly from the passive, but there's so much more we can do with technology. So my top tips then to take away before we get into the session, and I'm front ending this for a reason, and you'll see why shortly. Poll with your students, ask them questions. Think about that. Are you ready to move on? Are you not ready to move on? Something like Slido, this isn't paid for by Slido, I have no commercial relationship with them. Something like Slido goes into your slides. So just like this, you can flick in between your slides. So you're not having to navigate to Mentimeter, to WooClap, to another platform. Any of these platforms work, but find the right one that fits for you. Hear from your students. Using Forms, Microsoft Forms, Google Forms, how did they find the lesson? Such an important question. Ask them. It's not something you could ask them face to face. You could stand there and write down their answers, I suppose. You could ask them to write down their answers and hand it in. But it's that awkwardness of being face to face. The fact that it's online and digital makes it a little bit less personal. They might open up a bit more to you. You might learn things that you weren't expecting to learn. Using Forms, Microsoft Forms or Google Forms, can they now answer a typical exam question? Can they achieve what we were trying to achieve? We can collate that data, park it, bank it, know where they're up to. And what do they want to say to you? Every time I use a form with my students, I always have at the end, is there anything you want to say to Sammy? Because I want to give them the opportunity to build that relationship with me and know that I'm there for them. And sometimes it'll be things like, with my adults, my toddler's teething and I can't concentrate at the minute, so I'll try this homework again. And sometimes with my 16 to 19s, I might get a safeguarding, or I might get something about a pastoral need that I need. I don't mind what it is. It doesn't have to be math specific, but by using these technologies, we can augment that task. We can gather more information, and we can build future plans based on that information. So this is Slido. I just wanted to briefly spend some time on this. I've done it in Google Slides. The process is exactly the same on PowerPoint. I'm just going to flick over so you can see. Yeah, it's a bit small. I thought it would be. But what happens is it adds in a slide here. So it's adding in a slide into here. And I've put in, please rate your knowledge, and it's a 5-star. So I ask them, they join on their phone, they scan a QR code, or they type a code in, like they join a Kahoot or anything else that you get them to join in your lesson. You can add a live poll, which is what this one is. You can add a quiz. You get 3 free interactions with Slido for every presentation. So a start, a middle, and an end. What do they know? What do they know now? And what do they know at the end? I think it works really brilliantly. And it's a really simple way to make sure that your habit of using technology to augment that information, to transfer it from that thumbs up, thumbs down transaction in class, to give you that data to plan for your next lesson, to plan for your next unit of work, to inform your future planning, rather than you having to recall, oh, that student was okay, that student wasn't okay. Was it Tuesday's group that could do that, or was it Wednesday's? Because we're busy people. So let technology do some of that heavy lifting for you. It literally sits inside your slides. If you're not using slides, absolutely something like Mentimeter, WooClap, any of those, all equally brilliant. I'm not saying I have a preference for any of them. I'm just saying in terms of habit generation, and we know for teachers, a lot of what we do is derived in our habits. If you use slides, this would be a nice way to integrate some technology to hear from your students every lesson. Give them that opportunity, because it always has a Q&A on, so they can ask those questions. You can hear from them in the lesson. So that's what it looks like. Please rate your knowledge. They join with that, and they join with that code, and then you can see the results as it comes in here. You can also display it on your screen if you want to display it on your screen as a whole class activity. I think this sums it up brilliantly. Students perceive the effort involved in resource creation as staff caring about their learning. And we do care, because if we didn't, we wouldn't do it. We do care about our students. So put that effort into the resource creation and show them that we care. Another top tip for you, and just very quickly rattling through these, I'm conscious of time. Here I've got a slides presentation. This can be PowerPoint again if it's not Google Slides. And I've put my question and I've duplicated the slide. So that's student 1, that's student 2, that's student 3, that's student 4, and that's student 5. Each of them has their name that will be their name, rather than student 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if we were in a class. And then each of them has the question that they can begin to answer. And they've started answering it here. I think they're wrong because the first one says 8:50. What you can see here is them all coming onto the document. This works exactly the same in PowerPoint as well as Google Slides. You can see the students on the document. And what you can do is you can see where they're working, and you can see everybody working at the same time. So it's just a little thing, just a small feature of slides that you might want to consider. So we're going to go into GIFs now. Hollie in the podcast talks about using GIFs as stimuli for creative writing. That's not where I'm going today. I'm going today to talk about using GIFs for modelling in your teaching and learning. And the reason I've come to this is my students were telling me that they couldn't engage with my materials. They couldn't watch that video. They couldn't do that task because they were waiting for their mobile data to tick over. They were waiting for their contract to roll over. They were waiting to top up their phone. And I'm not alone. I've got the research and the evidence to share with you. All the links as we go through here are on cut.lys, so cutt.ly, and they start PG because this is Power of the GIF is what this session's called. And then the title of the document follows it. You're welcome to grab those links, but please don't panic too much. You will get all of these at the end of the day in an email direct to you as well. And this is from the Sutton Trust from January 2021. And it said that 11% of teachers, more than 1 in 5 of their pupils, don't have adequate internet access. So that's schools and colleges. So 10% of teachers are saying 20% of students don't have adequate internet access. And then this is the GISC survey. So this is FE students. And problems encountered when online learning, 36% poor Wi-Fi connection and 15% mobile data costs. So what I was hearing from my students is a nationwide picture that we're hearing. Students are accessing our materials on their mobile phones, 15% of them. How can we make that more accessible to them? And when I talk about accessibility, I include the digital divide as a barrier to learning. 9% of students have a no safe private area to work. We've got so much to fix. So what can we do? What changes can we make to our practice? So what I was trying to do was I was trying to model for my students using the Education Endowment Foundation's 7 pillars for metacognition. They say that modelling by the teacher is the cornerstone of effective teaching. And I don't disagree, revealing that thought process. I think that's what I'm trying to impart to my students. And I know there's some controversy over metacognition that's come out today. I'm not going to touch on that. I'm just going to talk about my experiences from my classroom. And this report was saying that worked examples allow pupils to develop without placing too many demands on their mental resources. And I don't know about you, I've got app fatigue, Zoom fatigue, Teams fatigue, I've got all the fatigues. So have our students. So what can we do to lighten that load? I'm trying to model for my students that worked example. I'm trying to bridge that digital divide for them. And I'm trying to lighten that cognitive load in sharing that information. So I started to look at how much data they needed to engage with my lessons. Now, if you want to have a play with this, that link's there, PG Data Calc on the cut.ly for you to engage with, but you do get these links at the end of the day. I have an example for you here. So I was thinking about my students and I was thinking perhaps they need to watch about 20 minutes of videos a day. They might need to watch 5 minutes of this lesson and they might need to watch a 10-minute video for this lesson. And then they probably do a 60-minute Teams call or a 60-minute Google Meet if they're not in college that day, if it's their day to be off campus. Because as much as we are face-to-face, we're not fully back. Certainly in the colleges I'm working with, we've still got people off campus in terms of reducing numbers down. And then I was probably thinking about 2 hours of filling in work in Google Classroom or in Teams. That probably sounded like a typical day for one of my students. And that comes in at 21 gigabytes of data. I haven't bought data recently for a mobile phone, but I remember 21 gigabytes was a lot when I was buying it. It's certainly a lot for our students. 15% of the GISC surveyed students found that mobile data costs were a barrier to their learning. And this is all before we've got them listening to music, socialising, chatting to their friends, all the things that we want them to do. So how do we lighten that cognitive load, model effectively, and bridge that digital divide? So it got me thinking about the videos I was making. I was making videos, modelling my examples, sharing my expert thought process to my students. And these videos, they were turning around and saying, I can't watch that, Sammy. You'll have to wait till Tuesday till I get my data. And even, at the end when they were back face to face, they're doing it last minute on the bus and they've not got stable Wi-Fi. So even if they've got stable Wi-Fi at home, they're using their mobile data on the bus. And I'm still having the barriers to learning because they didn't have enough data to watch the video. And it's just this cycle that's affecting so many students. So even if you don't come with me on making a gift today, I just wanted to share some statistics about compressing the quality of your videos. If you are a HD video fanatic, brilliant, amazing, probably not the best for your students because a 1 hour HD video is 720 megabytes of data. Now, don't worry too much about the unit, we're using it for comparison. But if you compress that down to less than half the quality video, you actually compress it to 1/3 of the data, to 240 megabytes of data. So even if you don't come with me on the gift journey, perhaps just consider not recording in HD. Microsoft Teams has a whole web page devoted to things you can do to reduce data demands for students. I would urge you to go view those. Don't place videos with assignments. Put them in stream. All those sorts of things. Google Classroom, try and use a YouTube video. Allow them to toggle it to be available offline. There's lots of things we can do to lighten this digital divide burden for students. So this is where I ended up. Trying to be the expert teacher, share my thought processes, do a worked example for my students, and bridge that digital divide. So I made some GIFs. And so a GIF just keeps going, it loops through, it's nice and light on the cognitive load. Now, with the GIFs, I will say they're not accessible to students with a visual impairment, but the way I make them is. So if you do have a student who's visually impaired, the way we make them is accessible to them, but the actual GIF isn't, so I accept that. So what I've got here is I've got the question staying at the top, the prompt as it goes through, and each stage of the working out dropping on as the GIF, highlighting the key information for my students and showing them the final answer. And it just keeps going round. And what my students were telling me was, Sammy, it doesn't take any data. Sammy, it doesn't matter that I'm offline, I can still see that, it's fine, and I can do the work on pen and paper. Some of them were saying, Sammy, I like to do my work, not look at it, and then look up and check that I'm getting it right. And sometimes I'll try and guess what the next stage of the working out will be. I'll try and guess what you were going to do next, Sammy. I try and think like you. Think about the level of learning that's happening there, that deep understanding that's trying to be developed by my students in this. So I make them in slides. I make them in Google Slides or PowerPoint. They both work exactly the same. And on each slide, you add in the next bit of information. So you make your slide, you duplicate it, and then you add in the next bit of information. And then you duplicate that, and you add in the next bit of information. And then it goes through, and it makes the GIFs for you. My colleague, who's an English teacher, was always talking about P paragraphs. So you can see these are slides because I'm able to flick between them. I'm in control of these. So these are her slides that she would always start her lessons with to remind them of the key points that she wanted them to focus on. We turned it into a GIF. And the GIF just goes through and just gently reminds them of the key points. Now, the GIF will sit in documents. You can insert it as a picture. So somewhere where you couldn't insert a video before, you can insert a GIF potentially. Most cases it works. So at the top of her tasks that her students do, this GIF sits as a reminder. That expert teacher, that worked example, that scaffolded support that's using minimal data. A GIF will also go into the background of a Jamboard. A GIF will also go into a Google Forms question, not Microsoft Forms, but it will go into a Google Forms question. So you can put the question, the worked example, and then they can answer it underneath. It'll go in a Teams chat. It'll go in a Google chat. It will go pretty much anywhere a picture can be inserted. So this is the comparison. So this side here is a 4-minute video. So a 4-minute video would be how long I think I would spin that percentages in a video, talking through it. I'm a bit of a talker, you can tell. So a 4-minute video is 30 million bytes of data. And again, don't worry about the units. We're going to use it for comparison. 30 million bytes of data for the video. The GIF is 134,000 bytes of data. 30 million, 134,000. Which one, as a responsible educator, would you want to send home with your students? So Chloe Hines, big shout out to Chloe. Chloe came to one of these sessions and she started creating a wakelet. So if you teach English, there's tons of them on that wakelet already made that other teachers have made, some with an ESOL flavour as well. So do please check out that wakelet. So this is one Chloe's made. Really lovely example of a GIF. And if you do make a GIF, please pop it on the wakelet as well. We are all better together. We're trying to unite together as an FE sector, and we're trying to come together and show that collectively we're a really strong sector. So there are a couple of ways to make a GIF. Well, there's tons of ways to make a GIF. My way is I use my slides. Now, some versions of PowerPoint will allow you to export them as a Google slide, as a GIF. So in PowerPoint, some versions will say File, Export as GIF, and you can export it from there. And you can in some versions you can adjust the timings as well. If you're a Google Slides user, the website talltweets.com will allow you to upload your Google Slides. It will convert it into a GIF and it will adjust the timings for you as well. And you can really customize it in that platform. You can also use free online converters. You can also use Screencastify. So you could record your screen showing your slides and then you can export that as a GIF. There are add-ons for Google Slides. There are tons and tons of ways of doing it. I'm just going to leave this up here. So I don't know if you want to take a screenshot. If you're thinking you want to have a go and you're thinking, surely it can't be that easy. It really is. Normally in this session, it runs for 45 minutes and the last sort of 15 minutes are people making them. And within about 10 minutes, I've probably got everybody making a GIF normally. So if you want to have a go, there are some templates there. There is a PowerPoint template and there is a Google Slides template. Check in your PowerPoint version if it says File, Export as a GIF. Some versions do. Those that do might limit the timings. Some that don't, you can adjust the timings. If that doesn't work, again, you get all these links in an email at the end of today, so don't worry too much about writing them down or anything. You can go to an online converter that I found here. Specifically, this online converter, I found it to be a suitable speed. Some of the online converters are a bit fast and it's not possible to read it. And remember, we're trying to lighten this cognitive load. So that's a specific uploader that I found that isn't an acceptable speed for me. Google Slides users, much easier for you. Just grab that link and it's PG templates for GS for Google Slides. Create your slides and then head to talltweets.com. Head to talltweets.com, upload it, and you're done. And you can customize it, play about with the size of it. If you do make any, I'd love to see them on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, I'm What the Trig Math. I love it when people tag me in making GIFs. It was a key theme of UKFE chat last night. I was slightly emotional over it, of everyone saying how much they loved making GIFs. And I hope you love making GIFs too. Because what I wanted to bring across to you is there is a problem. We can't fix it, but we can change our practice. So my top tips again, is the tool you're looking at embedding in your lesson web-based? And when I say web-based, doesn't need an app to be downloaded, because as soon as they leave your stable Wi-Fi at college, and your Wi-Fi might not be stable at college, I've worked in colleges that aren't, as soon as they leave that, how are they going to get access to the app? If it's web-based, they can go on it all the time. Always check, does it work on your phone? As in your phone, as in get your phone out, the link that you're sharing with your students, does that work? Be your own second checker of your links. Does it work on your phone? Because this might be their only device. And I know there was a huge effort and we did lots of wonderful things about getting devices to people, but we didn't fix the problem. And we've got new students coming in September. So, does it work on a phone? When I use phones in my lesson, I explicitly say when they can and can't use their phone. I have that relationship with them. And I think sometimes as teachers, we're a little bit fearful of saying, oh yeah, you can use your phones for this part. I even sometimes have a sign. If I've got a particularly rowdy group, I'll have a sign on my whiteboard that says phones allowed or no phones allowed. And I'll turn it over. And I'll turn it over and I'll be like, no phones for this bit. And they'll be like, phones for this bit. Always think about SAMR, and it's not a ladder that you're trying to climb through. Please, please, right tool, right job. Because why is this way better than pen and paper? So I am done. I'm just going to dive in and pick up some of the questions. Let's have a look. Slido looks so useful. Yeah, Martha, it really is useful. Mel, I love that. Sometimes I doubt myself for creating lots of resources, but it's really because I care. Yeah, absolutely. Mike, huge issues with digital divide. Yeah, completely. Nikki, biggest issue for your learners. Yeah. Lot of difference, yeah, in the file sizes, yeah. Will I be running any more sessions? I am available to come into your college. I've been doing the rounds on college CPD days at the moment. Thanks, Holly, for that. I've been doing the rounds. I think I've been to 2 colleges in the last sort of couple of weeks doing this session. I don't mind coming to your college and doing this session. Actually, I love it. I really love getting the message out there that there is a huge problem. We can't fix it, but we can certainly adapt our practice. I've not been able to make it to your gift sessions. I'm looking forward to giving it a go. Thanks very much, Mrs. Milton. It's very formal, Mrs. Milton. Jenny, loving the idea of Slido and gifts. Yeah, Slido is absolutely, if we're thinking about that SAMR model, that substitution and augmentation, it's that baby steps, because it goes into your slides. It substitutes the thumbs up, thumbs down, but it augments it because you can pull that data out for free. You get those 3 interactions. You get I would use it as a start, a middle, and an end Slido question. And I would pull that out as a class, and you pull it out as a class for free. You can pay to have individual student feedback on Slido. That's entirely up to you. But you can pull out that information and go, right, Tuesday, 9 o'clock's class. They said this in their lesson and they didn't get when we did this part. At the end of the day today, in the links, in the big long links, I've got the links to the Slido guides. It's so simple. It is. I've managed to install it remotely at a college, having never set foot in the college, and it's now their way of working. It's now their set practice. So I'm hoping it's useful for you too. So thank you very much. I don't think you see me again until the end of the day. So I hope you have a super rest of the afternoon. I'm now handing over to the fabulous, wonderful, I'm going to give her a full title, Dr. Lou Mycroft. Have a very, very super day. Don't forget to quickly, you've got probably 1 minute to grab some Post-its and paper. This is an interactive session coming up. Have a super day, everyone.
Just giving you a minute to grab some Post-its and paper. And on the chime of 1, then we'll start our 15-minute session. Okay, it's time. So if you were here this morning when we did our introductions, you will have heard me introduce myself as the imposter, and proudly so. I'm not an English or maths specialist, and I'm not going to even try. I wouldn't dream of trying to compete in the arena of the amazing practice and top tips that you've been getting today from everyone. What we thought as a team planning the session was that actually days like this, they are so energizing, aren't they? But they can be overwhelming without space to be able to actually, grab hold of some of this stuff and think it through. And this is the first of 2 sessions I'm doing this afternoon, which are going to hopefully give you just a little bit of time out to think about your practice. I think the great thing about today, absolutely led by Sammy, is that we are fully respecting of your practice. You are professionals, you have agency and choice within your pedagogy, within your teaching, and you can grab hold of this stuff, make it what you will, and also influence your organizations. So this is very much about you now finding your space. And what we're going to do together is an activity based around this Japanese model, which is called Ikigai. Now, I did listen to the pronunciation of that because I'd only ever seen it written down. And I am pronouncing it correctly, though it is inflected through a Yorkshire accent. So you may know better than me how to pronounce it. So the idea of the Ikigai is about finding a purpose in life. And when we're in a job, then some parts of that job, oh, brilliant, Eve's got some brightly coloured Post-its, fantastic. When we're in a job, some parts of that job are, more pleasurable to us, more purposeful to us than others. We're better at some things than others. You can choose today to think about whether your job as a whole or even your life as a whole, it's completely up to you. You're not sharing the outcome of your Ikigai. Or whether you want to really focus on embedding maths and English, given that that is the flavour of today. So I will completely leave that up to you, and I'm going to keep an eye in comments in case anybody gets stuck. The first thing, though, is to take your post-its and just list down, without thinking too hard about it, all the different elements of your work or your life, depending on where you're going to focus it. So, you know, you might put, for example, you might teach on different courses, you might be involved in staff development, you might be part of a coaching relationship, you might be, you know, responsible, as we all are, for embedding English and maths. You might have a particular digital slant. There might be a particular responsibility you've got around neurodiversity or student support. Just get them all listed down, one per post-it. If you're going broader, maybe you work part-time in different roles, or you've got some freelance work, or there are hobbies you want to bring into the fore. Just pop all of those down as well. It's up to you how wide you take this. And don't think about them. Don't start analysing them. Just get them all popped down. And maybe, you know, when you've got a dozen or so, you could just let me know in chat that you're ready to move on to the next stage. I know that some of you have done this activity before. I do it certainly every year. I do it every January, and it definitely bears repeating. And that's not just because I'm a freelancer with you know, a complicated portfolio. I did that when I worked for a college as well. Just really helped me much more than my appraisal did, I have to say, to set out my stall for next year. Just give you another minute to get on with that. Brilliant. Thanks, Mandy. Okay, fabulous. Fabulous. Yeah, don't get too carried away, Eve. We'll be here all afternoon, and Holly will be hooking me off with one of those shepherd's crook things. It's quite nice, isn't it, to have a quieter texture for this session because it's been so high energy during the morning. Okay, Michelle's surrounded by post-its. Fabulous. Just pop them all to one side, get your sheet of paper and draw your Venn diagram. So just for the minute, draw those 4 big circles, yellow, pink, turquoise and green, so that they cross over like the image that you've got here. If you've got your quick draw, if you've got coloured pens, that might be quite nice, but just roughly is fine. We will, of course, share this image with you, which is not mine, but I have found under Creative Commons, so we'll be able to share this with you for you to print off if you want to do a pretty one. So you've got your 4 Venn diagram circles. At the top is what you love, moving clockwise to the pink, what the world needs. Down at the bottom in turquoise, what you can be paid for. And on the right-hand side, what you are good at. And now I'd like you to go back to your post-its, please. Start from the very outside of the big circles. So love, needs, paid for, good at. Take each one of your post-its in turn. Where does it feel like it most fits? Where does it feel like it most fits? And just pop it on the outside of that circle. The pink, yellow, turquoise or green bit. Just go with first thoughts and know, and the whole point is that some will overlap. But just go with your first instinct. So what you should have is your Venn diagram with the post-its just, stuck around the outside, really. And I'll just give you 1 more minute to do that. This is, of course, a deeply reflective process. I imagine that you were already feeling, oh, I could do with a bit more time to do that. So, of course, you can continue to work on it over the summer. But when you've got them round the outside, again, start looking at them one by one. So is there something that you love and that the world needs? Pop that in between pink and yellow on that sort of orangey bit that says mission. Is there something that you're good at and you love? So you're looking almost for your second preference for each of them. If you're good at something and you love it, then that's your passion. If the world needs this thing and you can be paid for it, that's your vocation. And if you're good at it and you can be paid for it, that's your profession. So you're aiming to shift some of those post-its onto mission, vocation, profession, passion. But try not to do it through those 4 words. Try to do it because you are intersecting love and good at and paid for, needs and love, for example. If it feels like you want to be stretching across between love and paid for, we'll get to that. Okay, just give you another 30 seconds or so. Some will just stay in the big circle. Some, we all have things that we love. We might not be very good at it. Like I love running. I'm not very good at it. The world certainly doesn't need me as a runner. And I certainly am never going to get paid for it. But, still needs to be there. So that would stay in the yellow, for example. Okay, and you're probably ahead of me. So now some of those that are resting on passion, mission, vocation and profession, they'll be able to connect with a 3rd circle or even all 4 circles. So for example, I might have something that I love, that I'm good at, that I can get paid for. It's not really what the world needs. The world probably doesn't need me doing ikigai sessions, but I love it. I think I'm okay at it. And sometimes I get paid for it, sometimes I don't. So just keep shifting things round, keep moving them, rethinking them. And what will happen is you will end up with some stuff, hopefully, that fall right in the middle. That is your ikigai. That is your big life's purpose. And it would be really lovely if you have got something landing up in your Ikigai, if you could just share in chat what that is. Ah, Holly, bless you. I have a good friend who, when we did this session in January, didn't have anything that ended up in her Ikigai, and she realized that she had a real gap between what she did and got paid for but didn't necessarily love, and you know what she didn't get paid for but really loved. And that gave her a bit of a focus for her year's planning and development, if that makes sense. So do let us know in the chat. We know there's a bit of a lag on the chat, so do let us know in the chat what your Ikigai is. Support Mandy, that's fantastic. So you love it, you're good at it, you get paid for it, and the world certainly needs it. Absolutely wonderful. So your heart and soul will go into that. And maybe then look at some of the other things that maybe you have to do to get paid for, and think about how you can bring a bit more purpose to them. And my session at 2:15 will help with that. So that will continue really from this session to try and look at bringing purpose into those areas where you perhaps haven't quite found it yet. Eve, teaching ESOL and digital skills. I'm so interested, Eve. Would you have said the same 2 years ago? Would digital skills have been joining ESOL in the middle of that Ikigai 2 years ago? I don't know, but I would love to. Yes, Mandy, yes, you are a volunteer and you love it. The two words, my background's community work, and the two words that never go with volunteer for me are but and just. Where would we be without volunteers? Where would we be without volunteers? Where would we have been 16, 17 months ago without volunteers? So bravo you, Mandy. Okay, so I hope that was helpful. I hope you'll take some time, you know, to unpack that a little bit. I will see you again, hopefully some of you at 2:15. And Holly is giving us our 30-second break now. And that gives me chance to introduce Brett, who is from Pupil Plus.
Good
Sorry,
afternoon,
Brett.
everyone.
That was me. That was me there, Brett. I cut Lou off in her prime. She was introducing you there. Brett from Pupil Progress. I'm so sorry. Take it away, Brett.
No worries, all good. Thank you. So, I mean, I've been keeping up with the sessions, really useful. Couldn't be prouder to be part of this event. Anything that's, you know, to do with helping teachers and students doing better, we really want to be part of. What I'm actually going to do is start sharing straight away, because I have only got 15 minutes and I do want to make sure that you get a good look at what we do and how we support. I was a former teacher, so I do understand what the inside of a classroom looks like. And we have developed a software that is designed specifically to do two things. One of those is to help you as a teacher to do your job more effectively, and to help you with a lot of the really ugly parts of teaching, which is those onerous tasks with regard to data and having to present up progress. But most importantly, we really want to show you how we can support with really meaningful data that impacts on the classroom. That's our biggest drive here. So what I'm going to show you now is a software that we developed that is an exam board specific tracker. Now, I cannot stress this enough. We've designed this for simplicity, and we've designed this for ease of use. So what you're about to see now is a tracking system that is bespoke to the exam board and the qualification that you're using and delivering. So what you can see here is, as an English teacher, it's broken down exactly as the exam board that you're using is broken down, and will allow you to get a live calculation. So a couple of things: if I start to actually add data in here, you'll see that it will automatically start to calculate a grade for me and tell me exactly what grade a student is working at and why and how they're doing at question level analysis. You can see here it's actually bringing up the student in red because they're 2 or more below their minimum target grade. That can be set over here. And everything is actually calculated against, okay, the grade boundaries that we upload for you against every exam series that's happened, either previous or obviously it's been a difficult time in these last few weeks, given the tags and the centre assessed grades. But when there is a new exam series, we will add those for you. Any changes to specifications, we update and are what we'll call exam board facing, so that again we're reducing your workload. You can also see not only do I get a live picture of what's happening, we also get to see how many marks the students are away from their minimum target grade. So you can actually see here, this student currently has a low grade because we've only got data from one particular paper, but we can see an average unit grade that tells me that actually we're on a trajectory to achieving their minimum target grade of a 4, but it's also going to show me how many actual physical marks they are away. So again, it's really useful information at your fingertips. I'm actually going to show you a data set that is complete, so you can actually see how easy it is for you to add your own tests, as well as be able to see what's going on across the class. So if I actually upload or add data to this particular tracker, what we're really passionate about is getting information into the classroom fast, and for teachers to be able to see exactly what it is they need to teach in up and coming lessons. And I'm going to give you a specific working example now. So we might identify here from paper 2 that this particular question, which is a technical accuracy, is particularly weak. And we're seeing here a number of students off their minimum target grade. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go and target that as a particular set of lessons to improve the outcomes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a test to that tracker. So if I actually click on add end of topic test, and I click on the paper 2, and I actually name that test as section B, and is the technical accuracy question, I'm going to add this as a question level analysis test, and I'm going to actually tag that against the actual specific assessment objective. And we know that that was actually 16 marks, so that when that appears on the tracker, and I'm actually going to add this to the first class, I can add those to multiple classes. I'm going to click and save that end of topic test. Now that's going to add that to the tracking system for me, and you can see that that's built in and gives me a summary of what's been added. So if I go to English, these are all of the particular tests that have been added to that particular qualification. And if I actually go back to my tracker, what we're doing is saving you having to muck around with Excel spreadsheets that are particularly cumbersome and are particularly onerous for you to use. We've done all of the calculations for you so that you can see exactly the position students are working at, so you can target the specific areas of the course that are the most challenging for you as a teacher. And what you can see is we've added that test, and immediately this will now feed into that topic summary and will also provide a grade for that paper too. So if I add a mark for the students, and we'll actually start to see that it'll also provide a guidance grade for me, and will also start to feed into an average outcome, so I can start to compare between my performance in this new assessment and how they've been performing in their original mock test. I can also take those off the tracker. I can add them and remove them if I wish. And most importantly, what this does is this feeds through into a individual report that allows me to show the students how they're moving forward and the impact of their hard work in class and at home. So again, I want to stress the simplicity of what you're looking at, to make life easier, to make life, far more enjoyable as a teacher, because as a former teacher, I know a lot of the extra additional administrative tasks that you're having to complete. Now, if you can imagine this world where everything is now collated for you, so now all you've got to do is have the deeper discussions, not worry about how we actually get the information in the students' hands. You can see here it provides a breakdown of exactly how they've performed in each one of your assessments, how far away they are from their minimum target grade, and also the level at which they're performing at, and also highlighting key assessment objective gaps for you to be able to then target your next series of lessons to make it really, really as productive as possible. One thing we've also added for you to, again, make sure that you have a reduction in workload is a really, really responsive analysis area. So if I go to analysis and I click on the year group and the qualification that you want to analyze. So for example, we want to look at English. We want to look at the GCSE language. We've provided that breakdown for you. So no longer are you having to try and wrestle with numbers and figures. We know the information you're going to need. How are students performing? The percentage of students on or off target, presented in a really digestible format. No drop downs, no setup. It's instant. And then again, you can see a nice simple graphical representation, which percentage of students are off or on target per class and as a whole cohort. And then really nicely presented. Again, no drop downs, no really difficult interface. All the key information, the split of males, females, the percentage on and off target, my middle, higher, lower attainers, any learning difficulties. And again, that can be specific to the school. And again, a table summary to the left, the percentage of students working accumulatively at grade 4 or grade 7 and above, and every grade bracket between. What's really nice is we are passionate about putting this information in the hands for you to be able to discuss and strategically plan, rather than spending hours and days trying to calculate and collate this information. If you are a maths teacher, you can have the same functionality. We do have the ability, again, every tracker allows you to add a test. You can see here when I open up, I've added a test to show you that even mini tests can be added. So I've actually added a mini test here for an algebra unit. I'm going to actually start to add data in there. Again, what that's going to do is give me a guidance grade for that test, but it's also going to feed through into my topic summary. And that topic summary is going to show me how I'm performing in each one of the core topics, but as well, how I'm going to perform at my subtopic level here. So when I actually open this up, I also get a breakdown of what's happening across every single topic area. I get a breakdown of what's happening in all of the finite areas, and it allows me to really get a very, very granular picture of exactly what's happening across all of my particular topic areas. Now, the power in this is being able to see exactly what I need to teach, why and how. And again, it's the reduction of your workload in being able to actually get there. For those of you that are looking at this, apologies, slight technical issue, but I think it's because we're running on the webinar, which actually takes up quite a lot of memory. So what you're actually seeing here is a really fast way for you to use formative assessment, and that's what a lot of discussions in education at the moment are, which is moving towards data that informs teaching and learning, not data that informs just outcomes. So as much as we're talking about something that is specifically enables you to calculate grades, we are really passionate about identifying the assessment objectives that you are, we need to develop, and the skill areas in which students are lacking, so that we can identify exactly what we need to teach in the up and coming lessons. You can also, as well, if anyone is actually at leadership level in any of the colleges that are actually involved with this webinar, you can see a subject analysis, and you can get an analysis across the whole entire school. So if I actually go to now my grade summary, you'll be able to see what's going on across a whole cohort and across multiple subject areas. Now, I know that this is a real focus on maths and English, but for those that are looking at this as a solution for maths and English and potentially other subject areas, including vocational qualifications, you can see how easy it is for you to get a grip of what's going on across the whole entire cohort in certain areas. And again, looking at specific trends of students that are having difficulties in certain subject areas. I do want to also allow you time to see that we do have every qualification that you might be looking to deliver. So, for example, English teachers who are delivering functional skills, or any level 1 qualifications, we have the ability to track and monitor those. And that's the same with maths also. So anyone in the maths departments looking to deliver functional skills or any other specific qualifications, you can see here that we've developed tracking that takes the learner on the whole entire journey, or anyone. And you can see that this will allow you to add tests to these trackers, and again, provide individual single reports for those students too. If you are interested in actually any of the work that we're doing, either as an individual subject area or maybe potentially for wider subjects in your college, all you need to do is actually visit pupilprogress.com. You can actually sign up for a 4-week trial. We've actually got grant enabled access currently, which is allows anyone to use the software at zero cost all the way up until the 31st of August. All you'd simply do is click on create your account, and then you'll be able to go through the sign up process. And that sign up process will allow you to choose your school, your college, and then you'll be able to create your own password, and you'll have up until that point to use the software at no cost for your school. And if you do have any questions at all, feel free just to use our chat functionality. Everything that you see as a chat function is live when you actually have a subscription. So we have one-to-one support 5 days a week where you can book a call to have any demonstrations, or if you'd like to actually schedule a call with myself or anyone in the team, all you need to do is simply engage with this chat function live on the site. I would like to know more about booking a demonstration, for example, or actually speaking to myself, then feel free to use that that functionality. You can also, if you wish, email me directly, which is info@pupilprogress.com, and we'll be more than happy to arrange a call. I actually have run on time. I'm actually a minute early, so I don't know if
I know,
anyone
that
wants
was amazing. Thank you, Brett. You were just about to get your 30-second warning. You can hear me. I've gone old school with the timer. You can tell
it's
the
okay.
picture.
This is not my first rodeo, as they say. I've learned to make sure that I don't wind up presenters and organisers by running 3 or 4 minutes early. Otherwise, it gets people's heart rates too high.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Brett. It was a super useful overview, and I've popped all those details in the comments so people can grab the links as well. And huge thank you for being with us today and for sponsoring this event. Thanks, Brett.
No worries. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to a break now. I know we're spoiling you rotten. You've got a quick 10-minute break, and we will be right back at 20 to 2. We will see you then.
There's lots of options when it comes to maths qualifications, and choosing what's right for your learners can be a challenge. Functional Skills Maths qualifications are an excellent choice for your curriculum, available from entry level to level 2. They give your learners a fantastic foundation for progression into employment or further education, as well as teaching them math skills that are useful and easily transferable to everyday life. Outcomes range from focusing on building learner confidence with fundamental maths, to applying their knowledge to solve realistic problems, and helping learners develop an appreciation for the role maths plays in the wider world of work and life. All levels of Functional Skills Maths have a calculator and non-calculator section, as well as using numbers and the number system, using common measures, shape and space, and handling information and data. When you offer any of our Functional Skills qualifications, you'll gain access to fantastic benefits and exceptional support, including a 6 working day turnaround for online assessment results, a free resit option, and an exclusive discount to e-learning platform Skills Forward. Help build your learners' knowledge and confidence in maths with NCFE Functional Skills qualifications.
Viruses each only attack specific cells. So, for example, a virus like tomato spotted wilt virus attacks tomato plants and won't infect the cells of an animal. Swine flu is a viral disease that infects pigs worldwide but is rarely passed on to humans. And even if transmission happens, it doesn't always cause an infection.
Viruses have certain shaped molecules on their protein coat, which means they can only lock onto certain cells which have the right shaped receptors on their surfaces.
So what we have created are trackers that will calculate the grade exactly as the exam board calculates the grade to take away all that heavy lifting from you. Everything is calculated using grade boundaries from the very latest exam series. You can also select and also adjust with a percentage challenge before updating your tracker. Using Katniss Everdeen as an example, you can see that she has a target grade of a 7, currently working at a 6. For her to achieve that 7, she needs 7 more marks. Really useful information when strategically planning future lessons. It is incredibly easy to add multiple past papers to your tracker. You can, of course, add end of topic test or adjusted mocks. You can even tag each question of this adjusted mark against the relevant AOs so that it informs how students are doing in those key assessment objectives. When you open your tracker and add data, you can see it starts to feed into that topic summary area live. We also have an individual student report that collates all of the key information and presents it in one easy to read document. This is really powerful for students, parents and teachers so they can see exactly what grade students are working at and most importantly how they can move forward. As with our English trackers, our maths trackers also allow you to add multiple end of topic tests. They also allow you to add past papers at question level analysis that pull through to a topic summary area. If you are looking to trial pupil progress, all you need to do is visit pupilprogress.com, click on the create account icon and you'll be able to access it through a simple registration process.
Afternoon, everybody. If you have not seen the session from me this morning, my name is Jonathan Kay. Please call me Johnny. Jonathan, very much my in trouble name. My sessions are brought to you by GCSE Pod. Thank you very much to Ian Rowe and Natalie Jones, who did a fantastic session earlier on. My session for the next 20 minutes is going to be on best practice in the FE English classroom. Some low-hanging fruit, hopefully some quick tips from more longer-term strategies. So let's have a look at what we've got. So the first thing for me, the biggest issue that I've seen over my teaching career certainly is students going in to do narrative writing or descriptive writing and just not having those reference points, not being able to say, you know, I'm gonna steal an idea from a book that I read 6 months ago, from a story that I was told 5-10 years ago, because there isn't enough reading going on with the students that we see and with the young people that we come across. So how do we get around this? How do we set up and make sure that we can help them to prepare for those extended writing pieces? We can give them those raft of ideas in a very, very, very short space of time. One idea I've very sneakily stolen from Jenny Webb in her book, How to Teach English Literature, is character building. So what we do is start of the year or start of a half term, I would say, you know, we need a minimum of 6 to 7 weeks per component that we're going to build. Is we give a template such as the one that you can see on the screen, just this one here, and we ask students to build their own character over a lengthy period of time. So as I say, over a half term, a term, potentially even over the full year, and maybe once a week or a different amount of time that you will select for what you feel is right for your students. We will build the detail of this character. So first lesson, stick that in the middle of a double page if we're working in exercise books, or just on an A3 template if it goes in folders, or whatever way you were working. We add the details each lesson, each week, each month. Again, you decide the frequency. It's got to be frequent enough that students will recall the information and continue to recall the information that they've already used. So first lesson, we give the students a template. As I say, they give their character a name, maybe begin to describe the facial features, or maybe begin to describe the clothes. Next lesson, or a week or 2 weeks later, again, we add to those descriptions. And over the course of a year, we give that character a backstory. We give that character some narrative around how they feel about certain people, certain events, certain friendships that they might have. We write information and details about relationships they may have with others, so that when they go into the exam and they need to do that narrative or that extended creative writing, they already have that base of ideas that they can apply to whatever the question is. So where we get that, that picture as a stimulus, they can basically steal some of the elements that they have already completed in, October, November, December, January, and they can apply those skills and some of those examples to that character. So they're not struggling with the planning, and they're not struggling with what do I talk about, what do I say, and that'll help them to shape the rest of their answer. We can also do this with key vocabulary, and language features. Get the thesauruses out, get thesaurus.com up on the phone, give some sophisticated vocabulary around this character. But we can also do this with locations as well. So again, we might go a character that sits in the background throughout the entire year, but each half term we might decide we'll give them a picture of Newcastle, which is just up the road from me, or the centre of London, or another country, or a sort of panoramic view from space, or whatever you want to do, and we can add to that. So they will always have that information, those reference points, and sort of pre-made ideas to go in with, and it will help them. So next, probably in terms of talking about that time, and students spend far too long thinking about memorizing acronyms, memorizing timings, memorizing these little details. And as we've already talked about, they go from 5 hours to 3 hours or 1.5 hours in FE, and there's not really the time to go over that. So really simple way to remember in terms of timings, the question number is your planning time. The marks is the amount of time you have to actually complete your answer. So question 1 for the AQA spec, it's question 1, so we know there's a minute of planning time, 4 marks available, so they've got 4 marks to answer the question. So in total, 5 minutes. Question 5, it's question 5, so 5 minutes planning time. 40 marks available, so you've got 40 minutes writing time, so 45 minutes in total. It's as simple as that. So this really simple little way of remembering that will help them to time it, because we have all been there when they've said, I didn't answer question 4, I ran out of time. There's no excuse with this really simple method. So it's over the number of years, the amount of acronyms that I've come across that students have been asked and toiled at remembering. Peel, P with an A, peel with an A, well was one that I remember using many moons ago. The problem being they tend to spend too much time memorizing what each word stands for and what you've got to do for each word, and not enough time thinking about how they will actually get their answer down. So stolen from Becky Wood, who was a head of English, I think, in Manchester. I'm superlative teacher. I've seen this first come from her. Instead of doing that, we just make it really simple and we just go with 3 questions. What, how, why? So we analyze that language, and we're able to analyze that language through 3 really, really simple questions. And if we look at those questions. So what is the writer telling us about the character, the theme, the setting? How do they use language or structural or features or the form to do that? And why are they doing this? And if we just stick to those 3 questions, they will be able to give us more detail, because they won't be sat thinking, what does E stand for? What does A stand for? We just go with those 3 questions and keep it as simple as possible. And we put the focus on actually remembering and analysing that language, that those features that have been used. Now, obviously, it can be difficult at times just to stick with those 3 questions, and we know that some students are going to either give us more detail, so we'll need to do some additional guidance. We also know that there are students who potentially can't access those questions, so we need a little bit more. But again, we can do that still within the framework of what, how, and why. But this time, we slightly amend these questions. So what do they want us to feel as a reader, they being the author? How does the writer use keywords to show this? How does it tell us something about a time that a text was written in? Why have they chosen that language over other language? So some of the higher order thinking and some of the higher order answers that we're going to get are going to be through these extended questions. And why might they want us to interpret it in different ways? Now, it would be really easy for me to sit and just rip off everything Becky Wood said and pretend it was mine. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to introduce that idea for you. All the references for anything that I've borrowed will be at the end of the session and will be sent out later on. She gives some fantastic answers. And there's lots of variability in the way that she says you can answer the questions to support all students. Now, when we look at structure, it can be really, really simple to overcomplicate it. Now, I remember being teaching GCSE English when the new spec came out, and I worked with a member of staff who said structure, the mnemonic. S will stand for something, T will stand for something, and the students spent all year memorizing what structure stood for, instead of just keeping it as simple as possible. So a slight adaptation to the the what, how, why is when, what, why. So for the structural question, really simple. When does it happen? Is it first? Is it next? Then, last. So when does this happen? So make sure we get that key terminology in there, because you'll get marks for it. I've marked for AQA for a number of years, lead English expert for them as well. And this much simpler approach always pays dividends, because students can just get straight to answering the question. What evidence can you find? Again, it can be a quote, or you can paraphrase some of what has happened or what is being said in the text. It doesn't necessarily always, for the structural question, need to be a quote. And why? Why does the writer do it? What does the quote suggest? What does it make the reader think or feel? And again, bookend that with another why. Keep telling me why. So the so what is generally where students fall down. So yeah, this is what you think. That's great, but so what? So the what, how, why for language, and when, what, why for structure. Slight changes, but they will absolutely feel the benefits. And just as an example, this one is a question written about a poem called Titch Miller. If you've not read it, it's a fantastic poem. Please teach the thing. Make sure you miss off that last line and get students guessing, for those who've not read it before. And as we can see, at the beginning, the focus is on. So that's that terminology. So that's the when. Again, there in blue, we have the evidence. And green then is the explanation, which is the why. Okay, so I'm not going to spend a great deal of time going over that, because all the resources are going to be sent out. I like to make sure that there is, a little bit of investigation that you can do if you want to in the resources that I cover. So, big one for me, probably the thing that takes up the most time and the most workload is the feedback and the marking that we do. So, in this element, I'm going to go through some tips, some tricks, some time-saving methods that will give you just as much impact, if not more, than some of the things that you're already doing. So, peer and self-assessment. Now, whenever you propose this, you get some, minority of staff will say, they can't do it. Students can't do this. They don't know what to put. And you go around and you have a look and you see your handwriting's great. Oh, you've written loads today. And obviously not the feedback that we want. If that is the case, and it will be, all we need to do is spend a little bit of time putting the work in to train students how to do the peer and self-assessment. So what we do at the end of the lesson is we have either a blank whiteboard or we have a blank slide on the board, and we just say to them, what are the things that you needed to put into that piece of work that would have made it successful? What did you need to include today? They will give you those responses. So creative writing, we needed excellent punctuation, range of sentence types, and you literally just ask them to go through their own work or read a partner's and pick 2. So it's on the board for them. They just copy it word for word, but they still have effectively assessed each other's work. And then the beauty of that is that the areas for improvement will be exactly the same things, because if there's the same set of assessment criteria that they needed to include. So if it's a strength, it'll be there. If it's an area for development, it's not. It's still the same things. So a really quick method of getting students to effectively assess and give feedback to each other's work. Another method that we can use is, and we say this all the time, the amount of times that I've looked at work at all levels, from entry level right the way up to higher education, where there's annotation all over the place, and it looks great. And specifically from my time in secondary school, senior leaders used to love it. Look how great he is. He's done so much annotation. He's working so hard. But why do we actually do it? What is the impact of it? Because in my experience, students don't spend a great deal of time looking at those annotations. They whiz straight to the end. They want to know the grade, the score, the mark, and they might have a look at the comments that you've left for them. And I've got a method to make sure that they do read it, but very rarely do they read the annotations. So how are we going to get around it? Well, let's have a look. So we have just an example answer here based around a language question on Matilda. I've done my annotations. Aren't I fantastic? Aren't I an amazing teacher? Well, it's great work, but is anybody reading it? Probably not. So what we do is we number each one of them. And then when you get to the very end and you're putting that strength and you're putting that area for development, you just leave a little task at the beginning of the next lesson. Answer questions 1 to 4 in detail. So we provide that thread. We provide that link to the previous lesson. We make sure that we have that memory recall, because they're having to go back and look at the question, look at the skills, look at the task that you did in the last session. And they're also being asked to engage with what they did and improve it. So really simple. We just write some questions, and then at the end, you can get this on a sticker, you can get this on a stamp. Just literally stick it in. Answer questions blank to blank, and just fill it in, and away you go. And the students have got a starter where they're forced to reflect on their own work, they're forced to improve their own work, and they start to see, if you're regularly saying what else could it mean, they'll start to remember, actually, if I don't do that now, I'm going to have to do it at the start of next lesson. And it reminds them that they need to do that level of analysis. Or if we're doing creative writing, they need to include that feature. So just on that, I think, Sammy's already mentioned today in terms of smart marking policies and do those exist across the piece? I think they certainly do for literacy, not so sure about maths, but are they being used to their full capacity? And the answer is probably not. So a really simple way to do this is to get the assessment criteria, get the mark scheme in front of you, and look at each question and break down what they've got to do. So for analysing language or structure, these are all the things that we would hope that they would put in. So use a great quote, use speech marks, all those sorts of things. We create this as a template. If you do it within your team, it will not take you long. I would imagine you can do this probably in an hour from scratch with your full team. And then once it's created, you've got it all year round. What we do is, again, that same answer from Matilda, we just put the letters. So we've got A, use a great quote. So they haven't used a great quote, so we're just going to put, or they have, sorry, that's a strength. So we're going to put A. You give that back to students. You present this, you present this on the board to them, and you literally say, read through your work again, and I want you to write your feedback in. Because when we're writing that feedback, it can take us back in the day when I was doing 120, 130 students every week and having to mark that on a weekly basis. Sunday night was my marking time. When I find this, it just cuts it so much easier to do. So you write those letters down there, and then you say to students, write them down yourself. You go back to the book and you monitor and make sure they're doing it correctly. Students write your feedback out for you after you have put those letters down. So instead of writing, you use a great quote, say what the quote makes them really feel. You've just put A and G, and then the student writes the rest. Doesn't take long, again. And once you've trained them to do it, it's 3 to 5 minutes, and you've saved yourself a good hour, good 2 hours on a set of books. So this again, Jenny Webb's book, and I would urge you to buy this book. Really simple, that same thing where we are identifying what the success criteria or what elements need to go into the work to make it successful, just on the far left-hand side. Then this column in the middle, we leave blank. And what we do is we just take a red and a green highlighter and we give a rough percentage of how well they've achieved that success criteria. So we can see that the fourth one down is 100%. They've absolutely smashed that. That's why it's all highlighted in green. However, the second one down, find the language feature, there's a lot more red or a lot more pink than there is green. So that's what they need to work on. These can be adapted in a few ways. So again, there's the template. That's what it will look like before you have done the marking. But we can also do this as well, where we get rid of that additional activity, because we're working on a tight timetable. Roughly, attendance in the country is anywhere between 65 and 85% generally for resit. So you might not feel that you've got the time to do that extension activity. So if you want to, we can leave that extension activity on there. If you don't want to, take it off. And this is what it looks like when it is used in books. So really simple. So again, primarily used in secondary school, where you've got some of those top sets in literature and you've got 30 of them to mark. That'll be a day's marking. However, if you use this, it cuts that right down. You do a full set of books in 20 minutes. So prompts and a differentiation for last few minutes from me. How do we scaffold learning to help students to access whatever it is that we're covering? Really simply, that's how. So I used to use just on an A4 bit of paper, you have these three differentiated levels. What do I need to include? So you might say for the lowest or the ones who are maybe struggling to access it, I want you to include X features. For the middle achieving or the sort of higher achieving, we can differentiate for those as well. And we can say these are the features that I want you to sort of extend yourself and try and include today. And they literally tick them off as the goal. So it takes not long to put these together. It doesn't take long to print them off, cut them out, and give them to each learner. Proper, full, thorough differentiation. Similar way that we can do this is writing frames. Now, I love writing frames because you have so many students who don't know where to start with a question. How do I access this question? Where do I go? I was pretty good at English at school, but I could never start myself. I always needed a teacher or to steal an opening line off a friend. Once I got going, I was okay, but I could never start. So you give them this and the various elements that you've got on there. And again, you can change, and I've got some other examples after this. The key points you could make, so some ideas that they can start with just to practice actually analysing language. Some key vocab they can use, some connectives, and then a template where they write it out and fill the gaps in. So they don't actually write on the sheets. You can reuse these sheets, laminate them, or just put it on a board and everybody uses the same one. Another example, you get rid of some of the answers that they could potentially use. You get rid of some of the connectives, and you make that maybe for students who have the bare bones of an answer, but they don't quite know what framework to put it into. And then at the very bottom, if you finish, so again, we differentiate and we give something to students, and we ask them to maybe go in a little bit more detail. And then another one or another two, the one on the left-hand side, just a series of questions. And then the one on the right-hand side, I love a tick list. I absolutely love it. And I think probably the psychology and the science around a tick list is when you tick something off, you get that little dopamine hit to have achieved something. And I live with lists. I love them. And if we get students to do that as well, the writer says that, and then they give an answer, tick it off. Little positive boost in the lesson. And last couple of bits. One, numeracy and literacy guide. When I was head of English and maths, every folder, every book, every portfolio, everything in a college had one of those in the back in every session. And that was how I tried to embed English and maths. And then a knowledge organizer for GCSE English, which I'll allow you to peruse when the resources are sent out. Please feel free to use and steal these things. However, if you do, give us a mention on Twitter. And then very last bit, exam top tips. Top right-hand corner of your page, put all the punctuation that a student needs to use. So they start the exam, put that punctuation in the top right-hand corner, and again, tick it off. Every page, try and get in every single one of those bits of punctuation. To kind of use them, they know what they need to revise. And it really will help them. They'll remember. That's the little sort of cheat sheet that you can use. And very lastly, some bits on low-stakes quizzes you can look at in your own time. Again, thank you to Newcastle College for letting us do these things. I'm on Twitter, Jonny Kay Teacher, if you want any more info, you want to talk about any of this, and buy the book if you can. And very lastly, I'm handing over to David Redden at NCFE. The man knows his stuff. He's exceptionally good. And I'm very, very excited to see what he has to say. Over to you, sir.
Hello everyone, and thank you Johnny for those kind words, and hope you're all having a great time there. Some great tips there from Johnny. It's always good value, lots of different things. I really like these events because they really bring to life just all the good stuff people are doing out there in math and English. So my name's Dave Redden. I work for NCFE. I'm here to talk about some math and English solutions that could complement those best practices that you're doing in the classroom. Before I start, just a little bit about NCFE. Some of you may know, some of you may not. NCFE is an awarding body, but we are also an educational charity. And we were actually founded way back in 1848, and the purpose of our creation was to support the miners in the Northeast to develop numeracy and literacy skills. And from there, we developed into a national awarding organisation, which today we are now the oldest awarding organisation in the country. So I'm just going to go through some math and English solutions that we may be able to support your colleges with today and move forward on the math and English. So for NCFE, one of the key things we're about is supporting. We understand that, you know, in the classroom, you have your way of doing things, but when you bring a new qualification in or a new way of working, you just need that additional support and where to go for questions. So when you come on board with NCFE, one of the things we do is we provide a full range of support, including a provider development team. So this team is a support from math and English specialists. So when you're delivering math, there may be some areas that you find particularly challenging, or say with English, you can contact our specialist team who will be there to support you throughout your journey with the learners. We've also got a customer support team that take care of the administration, the exams area, and allowing you to support how to use the online assessment, how to use the booking systems, etc. With NCFE, we're always also grouped in a big, larger group. We've got cash involved, and we've also got skills forward. So with skills forward, you've also got that support and that initial assessment and diagnostic tools, and looking to support you on the training element of that. And then with all journey, you've got external quality assurance. One of the things we do with external quality assurance, NCFE, it's about that support. It's about taking you on that journey. It's not about catching you out or finding faults. We're not there to inspect you. We're there to support you and find a nice, smooth transition that ultimately ends up with the learner achieving their qualification. So break that down a little bit more. So our provider development team, our provider development team will give you an onboarding experience. So as soon as you come to NCFE to do our functional skills, you would get an onboarding consultation, taking you through everything on offer at NCFE, and guide you through the resources, guide you through the website where key information is. That support doesn't end there. We'll have 2 further consultations throughout the first 12 months. 6 months and then 12 months where we review how you're progressing, what support you need. We can arrange CPD sessions just for your college. We can also do generic CPD sessions on a regular basis, touching point on the point of the areas of math or English that learners struggle with most. All the support is free, and of course you've got direct contact with those specialists. We also offer on-demand online assessments, so on-demand online assessment and paper-based assessment, but on the online assessment, you can book your learners in whenever they're ready for assessments, and you can book up to 42 days, so you don't have to set a set time and date for these assessments. So you don't have to book, say, the 21st of July at 9 o'clock. You can just have it run up to the end of August, if you like, and the learner can sit at any point during that time. We also have an add-on of remote invigilation. Again, no set date or time. You can sit at any point where the learner suits, and this is being with remote invigilation, the learner can sit in the comfort of their own home. There's no hassle of getting a test centre or concerns about safety. And it can be done in the evenings, it can be done at weekends, and a complete time of choosing for that learner. We also offer free research. We appreciate, even with the best teaching and best support, sometimes on the day the learners don't get the result they need. So to comfort that a little bit, we do offer a free research per assessment for all our functional skills assessment. I mentioned Skills Forward before. We've got the initial and diagnostic assessment and skill builder. So that gives you the initial level that the learner's working to. And it produces an individual skills plan for every learner. So you can see where the learner's at the start journey, and it tracks it all the way through their journey with you at college, taking them to the key distant travel point, so you can see that progression. Along with that, you have resources that allow independent learning. So you can work with the learners in the classroom, and then you can assign them some homework on Skills Forward at the end of the day, and it's all auto marked. So I saw Jonny there talking about smart marking and saving some time. This is another way of saving some time on marking. The system will do it for you. In terms of results, we know that time is precious. Everyone needs everything yesterday these days, but in terms of results, we issue results from 6 working days from all paper-based, online and remote invigilation assessments. So what that means is if you sat your learner sat an assessment today, they would receive their results next Friday. That means you can keep up that engagement with the learner. Once the learner sat the assessment, first thing to do is think they've passed. If you haven't got results for up to 2-3 weeks, the learner becomes disengaged and hard to keep them motivated. With this, you get a quick turnaround results so you can keep those learners engaged. We've also got a full suite of learning and teaching resources. So often you've got Skills Forward, but we provide as well from entry level 1 to level 2, all the teaching packs you need. That's the session plan for each subject content, a PowerPoint mastery approach presentation of each subject content. And these come with interactive quizzes, activity worksheets, and we'll also have knowledge checkers, which are good for checking on the retention of knowledge. Often very keen on that. So you can use these throughout your delivery to make sure that learners are retaining that knowledge. We also provide free learner feedback report on our online assessment system, and that again breaks it down by subject content level. And you can do by learner, by class, by teacher, or at a centre level. A bit more about Skills Forward. I talked about that initial assessment. They also have the one assessment. Now, traditionally with initial assessment, you have a maths assessment that takes around an hour, and then you do an English assessment that takes about an hour. Skills Forward developed one assessment that allows you to do both your English and maths in one assessment and in 30 minutes, saving you an hour and a half per learner. What you can also do is you can do it for GCSE as well as functional skills. So obviously college, you've got those GCSE learners and you've got your functional skills. It allows you to find out where that learner started their journey on GCSE from ungraded all the way up to 9-star. Same with functional skills, it's all the way from entry level to level 2. And it's a really fast and effective way to find out where your learner is, give you a spiky profile, and it gives you that initial assessment, the individual learning plan. Our paper-based assessment talked about they're available on demand. It says they're booked 10 working days in advance. As of this week, we now changed that to 5 working days. So you can literally book a week before the learner sits. You can book that assessment in, and that's just to give us time to get them papers out. You have to give a set date and time for paper-based assessments. However, we do allow 24-hour flexibility either side of the date, and you get your results 6 working days from the paper being received at NCFE's office. Likewise, online assessment is on demand. No need for set dates. You can book up to a 42-day period, giving you that flexibility. So if a learner doesn't turn up, you don't have to cancel, rebook. You just keep that window open, and hopefully not get the learner in at a future date before that period is over. The assessment can be sat on or offline, so you don't have to have connection for Wi-Fi when sitting that assessment, which is good if you're going out to a rural place where you haven't got internet connection. You can download the assessment before you leave and then sit the assessment and just upload it once you've got internet connection. And again, the results are issued from 6 working days of the assessment being uploaded to the system. Remote invigilation, it came into use obviously during the pandemic. Hopefully we're moving out of this now, but it still has a purpose. If you've got work-based learners or adult provision where you haven't always got access, or it may suit them to sit an assessment in their own home, we can give you that option. Again, like the online assessment, you can book up to 42 days and you don't have to set a time and date. So if a learner's due to sit, next Wednesday, has a bad day at work, comes home, the kids are playing havoc, you're just thinking, the last thing I want to do is sit a level 2 math functional skills assessment. It doesn't matter. You can just go downstairs, open the bottle of wine, have a little drink, and then reset it tomorrow. And you don't have to notify anyone. Likewise, for speaking and listening, that is all done remotely over a video conferencing site of your life. You can use StreamYard, you can use Teams, whatever you use, it's suitable. So just to recap, why NCFE? Obviously, we've got the assessment results from 6 working days, which is fastest in the sector. We can provide the initial assessment and tools and skills builder in one assessment, identifying your learner needs. We've got that free support from the provider development team from day one, supporting you all the way, there for any questions, any issues that you may have, and constant touch points to make sure that you are getting what you need. We've got a range of the resources, learning and teaching resources to complement your own resources and help, particularly for those vocational tutors who, may need some extra support. These are ideal resources to support them. We've got on-demand online assessment, paper-based assessment, remote invigilation, and we've got that flexibility of booking. We also provide that feedback from learners from online assessment. It gives you a chance to analyse the strengths and weaknesses of your learners and potentially get ahead of the game and identify where your touch points are and where your struggle points are. Not only that, NCFE has functional skills, like we said. We've all got 2 of that different types of qualifications. We've got core maths, which is a level 3 certificate in mathematics for everyday life. This is a new qualification for us. We've had it for a couple of years and been around for about 6-7 years now. Predominantly it's done in sixth form, but more and more FE colleges are getting on board. And this is equivalent to an AS level. It comes with UCAS points. It comes with performance table points. And what it's there for is to support those learners that achieve their GCSE maths, but aren't doing an A level in maths. What universities find is learners who have their GCSE maths, but don't study maths between 16 and 18 in schools or colleges. When they go to university, they're more likely to drop out in the first year due to the demands of maths in other courses. No matter if you're doing sociology, biology, etc., there's an element of maths in them around data analysis, about stats. And core maths is really exciting because it's context-led. You don't go in there talking about math. You're talking about, we do a NCFE math newsletter, and it's got articles about such things as Glastonbury Music Festival, H&M dress sizes, the new railway time, COVID stats, and you talk around them topics, and you bring the math in once you've got learners engaged. The way it's structured, it can be embedded across different subjects, so it doesn't have to be a math lesson alone. You can embed it in geography, biology, different lessons, and it comes with a lot of support from both NCFE, the Advanced Maths Support Programme, and MEI. So it's really worth checking out if you're looking to how to stretch and challenge those 16 to 19-year-olds who are in your college. We've also got bite-sized math and English as well. These are certificate awards and units which support those learners looking at alternative provision. Those learners that aren't going to achieve a GCSE or functional skills, these are all internally assessed and based on a portfolio of evidence. Great for, like I say, those alternative provisions. And you can do little bite-sized units. You can do a themed award in, say, reading or writing, or you can do the full certificate from entry level 1 through to level 2. That's everything from me. The email address on there to send in if you've got any questions or you want to know more information. You can get hold of me on LinkedIn and Twitter. I'm often out there populating posts and stuff, so do get in touch if you want to chat any further. But all left me say is enjoy the rest of the day and have a great afternoon. Thanks very much.
Hello and welcome back to my slightly differently textured sessions where hopefully I can help you absorb some of this amazing stuff that we're all taking on board. David, that was fabulous, and Jonny, absolutely loved your session there. Watching David made me realise, you know, I'm 4 years out of working in a college and just how far we've moved on in terms of relationships with awarding bodies. That was really great to hear. So if you were at the Ikigai session that I ran earlier around lunchtime, you'll remember me saying that I am absolutely the imposter in the room. And in fact, wasn't sure really of my place in the team and what I could offer. But I realised from the response to the Ikigai session, which was just brilliant, that it's helpful, isn't it, to change textures and to have the outsider come in sometimes and think, okay, let's clear a space for processing all of this. And we've moved now into our last hour. So I'm with you until, I think my session's 25 minutes. So it gives us a chance again to slow down and really think about what you're going to do with the stuff that you've learned today. This session is about values-led practice. And if you were in the Ikigai session, what we were doing there was identifying purpose. So out of all the things you do in your job, because we know being an educator is so much more than just that time when you're there in the classroom. People who participated in that exercise came up with a sense of what their real core purpose was. And that's fantastic. And I think it's really important to be able to sort of know where your heart is. You know, that's really what you are on this earth to do, or one of the things that you're on this earth to do. And we almost don't need to worry about that bit, except use what influence you can to make that as big a bit of your job as you can. But we can't cherry pick. We all have things that feel less purposeful, or maybe you can get it, you can see the purpose, but maybe lack some confidence around it. And a lot of the chat this morning when I met in the first session and was in conversation with Sammy and Jonny was very much about relationships. It was about agency. It was about building that confidence. And that's what this session is about. So first of all, I'm going to introduce you to the idea of values-led practice. And, you know, it is what it says on the tin, but it's about recognizing and identifying your values, the values of your work. So they might be the values of the organization, but hopefully they're your values as well. Otherwise, you're going to have musical differences at some point. Identify the values of your work and see how you can initiate those in your practice, perhaps more explicitly, and particularly in those areas where you lack confidence, or excuse me, there's like massive noise happening on the street. Bear with me. It was lovely and quiet out there when I started. So those areas of practice where maybe you lack confidence or lack purpose or whatever. But let me give you a bigger picture first. Colleges run, don't they, along, I call it the KPI line. So we all know that we're in a system which is very scrutinized, where we have to be exceptionally accountable. Ultimately, we're all working towards that Ofsted grade. We have structures, systems and processes that feed into that. SAR, QUIP, all those other acronyms, probably they will have changed, you know, what they're called by the time we're back in September. I was introduced to a QUIP and a QAP yesterday, which was quite amusing. But this is the sort of quality assurance stuff. It's the quality assurance plus the financial, what's known as bottom line. And that's, I think, quite unhelpful because in a way, while we have to do those things, actually calling the financials the bottom line means it trumps everybody else. It's like playing the Joker, isn't it? So, you know, well, we can't do this because. That's just one line, though. We have to do that. And I'm not some maverick coming in and saying, oh, we'll throw that out, because that's what we get paid to do, essentially. We get paid to do the things for accountability, which will maintain the future of the organisation. And we get paid for that as much, if not more, as we get paid to teach. We get paid to teach so that people pass, enough people come in, enough people pass, enough people succeed and achieve, so that all of this KPI line is assured. There can be another line running parallel to this. Plenty of maths people here today, we know, don't we, that parallel lines don't meet. But if we were to look at two parallel lines running towards the far horizon, the artist in me would see those lines coming together. And I believe, and the project, the big project I work on, which is, yeah, maths is everywhere, Sammy. The big project I work on for the ETF is called AP Connect, and I know we have people here today from AP Connect. We work with advanced practitioners. There are 44 different job titles we picked up for that advanced practitioner role. So people who have a little bit of wriggle room, maybe are engaged in professional learning or coaching, mentoring. Yeah, shout out for AP Connect. And I have seen from the work of advanced practitioners and from 2 research projects we ran last year that it is also possible to run this values line alongside the stuff that we get paid for, the KPI line. So what is the values line? The values line is practice which is driven by values. And that seems, you know, again, values-led practice, yeah, it's a no-brainer. But do we do that? We might have values in our mission statement. We might have values laminated all over the walls in the organisation. But do we sit and think, how do we enact those values? What are the practice principles formed by those values? How does that play out in design, in relationships, in structures, processes, systems? Really, this should be the quality improvement line. But quality improvement, quality assurance, they have quite a complex relationship, which actually, in my experience, that my sort of helicopter experience of English FE can often differ. So how can we enact our values in our practice and drive this line parallel to the KPI line, but maybe over time, values start to infuse into the systems, processes, hierarchies, structures of the organisation. The values start to change the culture. And that values-led practice is something which is really emerging from the work of advanced practitioners, whatever you are called, this year. So big shout out if you are listening. First thing I would like you to do, please, is have a think about your values. What are the 3 values that are most important to you in your practice as an educator? And I use the word educator deliberately because in FE we do have myriad job titles. And I'm really hoping that we have people here, for example, from learning support, you know, from maybe student voice. We might have people here who are staff governors, play all sorts of different roles within the organisation. So what are the 3 values that are most important to you in your practice as an educator? And I'm going to give you a few minutes just to get those in the chat, and then I can bounce off those. What are the 3 values that are most important to you in your practice as an educator? We've got a bit of a lag with the comments. So while you're doing that and having a think about that, I am going to just share with you the outcome of some work we did with advanced practitioners. Actually, that's wrong. It's a co-evaluation research project by advanced practitioners and those of us supporting them on the AP Connect team with trust researcher Christina Donovan over this last academic year. And that identified important values, key values for advanced practice. And they were equality, openness, kindness, trust, equality, openness, solidarity. Help me, Sammy. Equality, openness, kindness, trust, solidarity. Equality, openness, kindness, trust, and solidarity. I have just completely outed myself by not being able to count to 5. So they were their most important values. The next work and the next step of the work is to really think about how they can be enacted now. So Hollie, for example, has said growth, equality, joy, and they're the first ones to pop up. And I can see we're lagging a little bit. So I'm going to bounce off those, Hollie, and go on to the next slide. So, for example, I've got some examples up here, but Hollie, I might ask you, what could English in hair and beauty look like as a practice of growth? So how could you come in with your English specialism into working with hair and beauty department, and what would your practice as an English practitioner look like if it was a practice of growth? Sammy, I'm going to ask you, as a maths specialist, say you are going to go into animal care. What would your maths specialist input look like as a practice of equality? How would that work for you? Hoping these are questions that are making you think. Brilliant. Melanie, I can see that you've put integrity, equality, and kindness. Let's pick up kindness. You're going into motor vehicle. What would your specialist English practice look like? You're supporting colleagues. What would your specialist in English practice look like as a practice of kindness? How could you go into the department in your college or wherever it is, sixth form, wherever it is that you work, and enact the practice of kindness in your work with that team? Jenny, empathy, equality, calm. Calm's so lovely, isn't it? I really love the energy of today, but I'm quite appreciating this sort of slightly calmer space that we've got. Yeah, you can have 4, Jenny. You can have as many as you want. So calm, what would calm look like? Say you're going into, I don't know, horticulture. I think I'm right, Jenny, aren't I, that you are at Land-Based College. You're going into horticulture. You know, how could you bring calm into, I mean, that might be quite a calm space anyway, but how could you, say it is a calm space, you can't come in all bouncy to that. How are you going to come into that culture of calm? What's that going to look for you? Ian? Equity, courage, responsive. I'm going to go with courage from yours, and it's lovely to see you here. Thanks for coming along. Courage. So say that you are going into health and social care. How could you practice courage in the support you're giving to the team there? What might that look like? I have got some responses now from Sammy. So Sammy, you're saying this is you being in the space with animal care, inclusive by design, conspicuously bringing others in with you. What value was that? What value did you pick up? I've forgotten, to be honest. What value was that? Consciously, conspicuously. Yeah, consciously. There is something about, there's an intentionality about values-led practice. It doesn't have to be something which you tell everybody about, though. Teaching social purpose education at Northern College for many years, our session plans asked the team to show which values they were enacting. And that was and then we would talk about that as a team, and that was a really, really lovely practice, really beautiful. Martha, Therese, yeah, inspiring. I'm going to pick out inspiring. So how would you inspire going into construction, for example? How would you be able to inspire the teachers in there to want to embed your maths, your English, whatever it is. Big shout out, by the way, for Jenny for her fab podcast this morning, educating us about English in a land-based college. Fantastic. Hollie's saying inherent beauty for growth, breaking down barriers. Yes. Finding out starting points and goals, creating resources and methods how to get there. And goals for growth go beyond the classroom, don't they? They go beyond the qualification. Is this somebody who's wanting to set up their own mobile business? Is this somebody who wants to go work for a fancy hairdresser? Is this somebody who wants to get into products? Yep. So you're going beyond the bounds of the classroom. I'm so glad you enjoyed the podcast there, Jenny. That's fantastic. What have I missed? Can you highlight some more values for me, please, Hollie? Trust, empathy, equality. Trust, Dorothy, trust. What would your practice look like? What would your English input look like as a practice of trust? And you are community education based, Dorothy, so you are more likely perhaps to be going to, well, potentially you could be going to a locality based team rather than a subject specialist based team. So thinking about the work that has to go into that. Community education can be very fractured, because it's fractured geographically. Dorothy works in the huge and beautiful county of Norfolk. It could be fractured geographically, but also it's not always the best digital systems, is it? Particularly if you're local authority based, there's, you know, so building trust becomes a different challenge, doesn't it, in that context? Melanie's saying kindness in motor vehicle, sharing specialist knowledge in a contextualized format. Yes. Offering support for embedding, enhancing English, showing empathy with challenges for motor vehicle students. That contextualization is everything. Certainly, again, when I was working in a subject, so I taught community development, community regeneration before as a teacher educator, it was all about contextualization. I think maybe we've drifted a little bit over the years, but that is really coming back now. Relationships at the heart, says Sammy. The other thing that I would also say to you, while I'm just waiting for some more to come in, is values-led practice is really difficult to argue against. So if you are arguing for a change, you want something to be a bit different, you're wanting to influence the culture at work, or maybe influence how English and maths is embedded in, like, structurally, you know, so you want to be able to go into classrooms and you're not able to do that at the minute. You want to be able to have time to build relationships. It's really hard for anybody to argue against. Yes, but this is about the practice of equality. This is about the practice of kindness. At this time, after all that we've been through, this is about the practice of care. It's a real winner. And whoever is blocking you would really have to come back with a rationale. And we are getting beyond the point where people can just say, can keep saying financial bottom line. We're getting beyond the point, because as FE is changing, and I truly believe it is, the world is significantly changing around us as well. Jenny, calm, slower, quiet delivery, sitting down with students, that, yeah, asking about their day, the practice of care, chatting and building relationships. Wonderful. And Mandy, oh, I love the sound of that. I love the recovery colleges. I was involved with the Community Learning Mental Health Project a couple of years ago. It's a big DFE project. And we worked a lot with recovery colleges, so I'm a big fan. NHS volunteer co-facilitator on Feel the Fear, an anxiety-based course at Exchange Recovery College. Is there a link you could drop in the chat, Mandy, so that people can find out more about that? And empathy as a value. You know, how can we perhaps just give a little bit more space to where colleagues are resistant, in particular, who maybe feel a little bit challenged by the expert coming in, no matter how gentle you are with that. How can you maybe give a little more time to listening to how they feel and working beyond it? Keep your values-led examples coming in. We've got another 5 minutes, so we can definitely take some more examples before we move into the last session of the day. I'm just going to make sure, is there anything I've missed, Hollie, that you want to put up on the banner? The ones I've got on the slide here, I took from Twitter. So as people were signing up to today, they were also in some cases commenting about why they were glad to be coming along. What could maths in media look like as a practice of care was a response to someone who said, you know, I'm anxious about maths myself. So the practice of care is for the tutor as well as the students, isn't it? It may be for you if your college is starting to work in a different way and you're a specialist, or it may be for you as a vocational tutor or lecturer. What could English in motor vehicle look like as a practice of equality? What could ESOL in health and social care look like as a practice of, can't see what I've put on there, but you could have put any of these words in. So I wanted to just share with you that there is another way of looking at things, and that if you're wanting to work differently after your session here with us today, and maybe there's a few blockers to that, thinking about how your practice might be values led is maybe a really great way to start to influence change in the organization. And particularly if you can do that as a team and maybe lead, suggest, initiate that as a team you think about this values led practice. For those of you who did the Ikigai, have a look at the things that didn't end up in the middle. And is there something you could do? Could you think about those work areas as a values-led practice and maybe bring them a little bit more to the center, to that Ikigai in the center? And if you missed the Ikigai session, then it's recorded. It'll be available for you to watch back on YouTube. Thank you so much, everybody. I am absolutely loving your suggestions coming in, and I will see you again in a few minutes. I think I'm going to be bumped slightly more gently this time. Sammy, am I?
No, I'm so sorry. I want to do a public apology for bumping you off. There's so many buttons our end, and I thought I was removing your slides, and I removed you, and I've removed a doctor from a live YouTube stream on an event. So it's going down as we knew today wouldn't be perfect, and we started with that. So I do apologise, Lou, again. Thank you for being so gracious. That's my timer because I can't function without it. Thank you, Lou. We'll see you again really soon. Just before I bring Jonny in, I just wanted to remind you about FE Connect, and that's the hashtag we've chosen for today. And the reason we've chosen that is because we want to connect, and Jonny and I'll talk about that in a minute. But you can join us. We've got a directory of FE Connect where you can look for practitioners around a certain subject or a hashtag that they engage with, and you can join yourself. You can either put your Twitter profile on there, you can put your link tree on there, you can put your blog on there, you can put your YouTube channel on there. Anything that has a web address you can put on there for people to connect with and interact with. Oh, thanks, Hollie. Super. Those are the links, so you can view people at cut.ly/FE Connect, and you can add yourself at cut.ly join FE Connect, and you'll find loads of people on there. Search by subject, search by hashtag, search by any means of how you want to connect with people. We really want to connect. I'm going to bring Jonny in now, and we're going to chat a little bit about how this came about. So, Jonny, let's tell them how this came about.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are obviously a variety of events across the country. Certainly more since I've been FE over the last 3-4 years. There's a conference at Middlesbrough that's been running for the last few years. I know a few exam boards do them, but certainly coming in from secondary, and I know you've got a secondary background as well. Within secondary, there are so many events, so many opportunities to get together. And I think it's getting there now with FE. I think there's a lot going on, but there's not that unifying factor, and there are potentially not the events out there to put people in touch. So I think we wanted to put this together to provide one way of doing that.
Yeah, and for information, this came about, I think the 8th of June was when we first had a conversation about this. So we're, 5 weeks since we had this idea, and I think the response from people has been absolutely mind-blowing, and it just shows what a need there is for people to connect, for FE English and maths people to be put front and centre.
Absolutely, and I think when you're saying put your details forward, I think there's a real willingness, certainly from me and you, from Hollie, from Lou, and I think throughout the sector, to get other people involved. I don't think we see this as a closed shop with ourselves at the front. I think we see this as an opportunity for we would like to be on the other side of the table. If we can put people in touch, they want to put an event together, I'd absolutely love to go to it myself. In my role at the minute, I'm in teaching, learning and assessment, and it's something that is one of the big joys of my job, is getting out to events and getting hold of some new ideas and seeing the different ways that people do things.
I think that's it. I think what we're trying to do here is, we're not saying we're the experts, we're sharing what's coming from our practice, and we're just trying to get a forum together where people can share their stories and share their values, which is what Lou's just talked about. Because if we didn't have strong values, we wouldn't be teaching FE English and maths, because you and I both came from schools, and as hard work as it is in schools, it's actually probably slightly easier because they sit down and they have to do it, don't they? And it's a slightly different scenario, and we want to amplify that people who are doing a sterling job in FE are doing a great job. Please connect with each other. Please get out there, run your own events. In 5 weeks, we've put this together. And, you know, we would love to come and see what you can offer as well. And, you know, if you want to be on the podcast, if you want to be on the radio, I've not mentioned the radio today yet either. So there's a radio station, Joy FM. There's an FE show on there. You can come on there and have a go. You don't have to commit and all this. And we're just trying to create spaces for people to connect and share their stories. So I'm going to ask you then, Mr. Kay, what's your highlight of the day?
Highlight of the day. Oh, it's a tough one, like. He's put us on the spot. I would say, other than the comments, I think it's been good to sort of get out there, even though it isn't the comments, the sort of the year and a half we've had. I think we've all had our heads embedded in sort of remote learning, online learning, tags and CAGs. So just seeing the comments on Twitter and seeing the comments that people have put in the chat box, and probably Hollie's session as well. I've not got a massive amount of experience of functional skills. So I think just some of the tips and tricks and strategies that she uses was really informative.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Hollie's session was really good, bringing that functional skills front and centre, and David from NCFE doing that as well. Huge thanks to all our sponsors today, because we wouldn't have been able to do it without them. And they've all had something really, really interesting to say. My highlight of the day, probably you, pal, with your sessions. I know
You're going to ask me for a favour, or are you going to tell me I owe you some money?
This is how I get the man, the myth, the legend, Jonny Kay. I sweet talk him into things, and he doesn't quite know what's about to happen. No, I'm joking. But yeah, you pal, you behaviour management was spot on, and then your second one about avoiding tricks and flicks. I think we're singing from the same hymn sheet. We just want to make learning memorable for students. That's the bit, not the tricks and flicks.
Yeah, just simple. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Keep it consistent. And use the people around you. You can learn something, I think, from everybody, even if you're going into a session and you're thinking, I'm not going to do that. At least you find out that. I think nothing works everywhere, but everything works somewhere. So.
Okay, well, we'll bring in the other two ladies of the day and find out their highlights. So we'll bring in Hollie and we'll bring in Lou. Hello! Can you believe it? We've been on air just coming up to 5 hours now, which is just, the day has completely flown. Thank you, Hollie, for pressing all the buttons. I know I messed up with Lou, and that just shows me I should have just left it well alone and left Hollie the expert in charge. Hollie, what's your highlight of the day, B?
Well, there's so many to choose from, and that sounds really cliche, but there really is. I really liked Lou's session that she's just done, and bringing together what we've had for the day, because I think we always say the best teachers are the most reflective teachers, or the best educators are the most reflective ones, but we don't have enough time to reflect. We don't really take that step back to reflect. So it's good to take a minute to see what we've been up to, what's happened, and where we want to go as well, because I think, that's really important.
Great. And Lou, what about your highlight of the day?
Well, you said, Jonny, in particular, at the end of this year to do this, there's been so much energy. And I mean, the energy that's come from all of you, the energy in the comments, and just the interest in it. Huge number of people signed up, huge number of people have been watching. And I think to find that energy at the end of a year, the like of which hopefully we'll never see again, is really incredible. And for me, it's testament to just how brilliant we are, And that sounds like an easy thing to say, but there is brilliance in FE. And I've really loved that balance of reflection and also the very practical hints and tips, and also the ethics of the piece. So really, I suppose my favourite session really was when we kicked off this morning and you and Jonny, Sammy, were talking. Everything was in there, wasn't it? And the ethics of the piece was very much in there, about community, about sharing. There's a huge number of events, as you say, Jonny. And the best thing about that is nobody owns them. So, you know, this is educators doing it for ourselves. I mean, it was great to see, David. It's been, you know, we've been really blessed with great sponsors today. But we've not needed anybody to tell us how to do this. We have just got up and got on with it. I think the challenge is going to be not stepping on each other's toes, if I'm honest. And I don't mean that anybody should have ownership, but maybe just being a little bit more mindful of who's doing what in the space, so that we can offer consistency, so that there's always something for educators to step into.
Yeah, I think that's right, Lou. I think we're completely better together. But, you know, if someone is out, this is what we're trying to do with FE Connect, is if someone is out there doing a set of resources on embedding maths in subjects or embedded English in subjects, and you were having the same idea, work together to bring that out, because we will all be better together. That's the thing. Nobody owns this. Nobody owns us. Nobody owns FE, as in what we do as educators. And our values are that we want to educate and bring people along. So we bring everyone along together. And I think we hope we've put that out there today, whilst having the practical hints and tips that have gone along as well. So quick recap then. I'm going to ask you all if you could summarise one of your sessions, if you did two, the top tip from your session, and I'll go first. Top tip from my EdTech session is it web-based and does it work on your phone? Inclusivity from design. Start from that point outwards. Never assume and always go forwards. Jonny, coming to you next. Top tip.
Be nice and be consistent.
Hollie.
Don't assume, make sure that you can support your learners to get there. Don't presume that they know everything that's in front of them.
Excellent. And Lou?
Find your purpose in everything that is in your job role, not just the bits that you like. And remember that values are a great way of arguing for change.
Awesome. Well, it just remains to say thank you to you all for being here today, for giving up your time, for being here to share the stories from your practice. Thank you to everyone who's been watching all day. We've had loads of people. Now, this is Debbie. Now, Debbie's my boss. Where I do my teaching, Debbie's my boss. I'm a freelancer by trade, but I still teach. And where I do my teaching, Debbie's my boss. It's such a lovely way to share and support each other at the end of a difficult year. With so much expertise to share. We rock. I think, Debbie, you summed it up brilliantly. And with that, we will close opportunities for FE, English and Maths. Thank you very much.